try to push through my past, but I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye love. I just wanna be alone.
Forget about me and all the things I could give to you, baby. But I guess you can't see, making new memories with me. Oh, yeah, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Oh, yeah, I'm good either way. I'm good either way. What happened to forever? Now we're not together. I know it's time you probably need a break to see if you were down whatever. Bad and dead together, but baby
I'm the trash man.
Lawless, I'm lethal, no evil will pass. Son of the gun, never miss whipping bricks. I need more bags, more gas. No one can stop me but me. Too bad. All fire, rewired. Go higher, go harder. You wanna? I'll take anything you throw me. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it up all night over. Singing me on the show. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. You can't take me down. You can't take me down. No one can even come close, nah. Counting up money, collecting bodies like Tada. Picture you trying to catch it to me like ha ha. Better stop playing with your one life you got, I'll take anything you throw me. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it up all night over. Singing me on the show. You can't take me down. I'll go higher.
This a sound clash thing, we not come to play. The rhythm and me style rum thing, pumping up the bass. Give rise to your cool, make the fire blaze. Pull up my selector one side, we must up the place. Pull up my selector one side, we must up the place. This a sound clash. Pull up my selector hold tight, we must up the place. This a sound clash. Give rise to your cool, make the fire blaze. Pull up my selector hold tight, we must up the place.
What's up, y'all? Dude, look at my eyes. They're like sunburnt.
I don't know how that happens. It was so hot today, dude. I was fucking losing it. Oh my god. Hope everyone's having a great day. Sorry I'm so late. I had two options. Because I left my brother's place. Like I said, it's like over an hour drive from his place to get back to my house. And I left there at like, I don't know, 9:30. So I got home at like 10:30, maybe a little bit later. And then I ate and I was like, there's two options here. Either fucking get your shit together and stream, or it's not gonna happen. Cause I was like, dude, I want to shower. I was pooped, but I'm like, fuck it, we're going. Cause it's been a rough week. Let's put it that way. I felt like shit for like 3 days. And then, yeah. Long day today. But we're here. We're ready to party. Should have just pooped in the shower. Cheese grater style, dude.
I'll make you bust.
Just
wait.
Force that stuff down the drain. Just stomp it cheese grater style. Waffle stomp, exactly. What's up, y'all? What's up, B-Dog? Use your toes. Oh my god. Just like...
So, we're just done with phrasing, right? That's not a thing anymore?
Dude, what is up, Project? How you been, brother? Good to see you. Oh, hydrate. Hydrate. I probably should drink this whole bottle of water this stream, at least. Because I don't know what's going on in this state. We had rain so much that I had to help my brother protect his house because he was worried about flooding for like a week. And then this week it's been like 90 degrees again. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? Done some fun things like learn a fictional language in like 30 minutes for one song. Dude, that's badass. I love it. That's like a whole level of dedication that I don't know if I have anymore. But I appreciate it. Dude, I've been good. I've been... I don't know what the term is. Conflicted is the best way to put it. Conflicted is a great way to put it. It's the unknown language from Pokemon. Oh, interesting. I remember the unknown, but I didn't know that there was like an actual language. I just remember they stood for like letters, but they were kind of like I don't know how to put it, but like the least hype Pokemon ever. Because they didn't really serve a purpose. Like in the games, they sucked. The cards were never good. It was just like, they kind of just happened and it was there. And you're just like, initially you're like, oh, this is kind of sick. What is it gonna become? And then it just is like nothing. So yeah. Dude, I'm so far from maps. I'm so far behind everybody. Because I haven't played hardly at all since last stream. So, but I'm trying to figure out with Sork what I'm gonna do with this, because I saw a couple people, like I saw Micro, he did a Arc build, but his build was kind of like the same shit that Sork has always done in a lot of ways, but just using Arc, where it's like mana stacking and using like Eldritch Battery and Chaos Inoculation. So it was essentially just the Spark build, but with Arc instead. And that does not sound interesting to me, because why? And like, here's what I'm worried about is maybe he tried interacting with some of the new like infusions and all that shit, and then got to a certain point, was like, there's no way to scale this, so it's kind of ass, so I just have to go to the old tried and true method. I hope that's not true, because I haven't seen a ton of people doing like really cool stuff with like the infusion or whatever elemental infusions and the remnants, or doing something with because like there's like all these new nodes for the remnants and the lightning infusion, like all these different infusions. We got Archon now. Archon seems insane, but I don't know if there's a way to make it last longer or to make it proc more often. Like I need, if you can figure that out, because when I turn into Archon, I just like kill everything super quick. But once it goes away, you're just back to like pretty mediocre. So there are literally letters. This is true. But yeah, it's a FNF like rhythm game. If you even know what FNF, I don't know what that is. But it's on Roblox and it has a whole bunch of different songs, and the song I needed to learn unknown for is called Monochrome. Dude, like I said, props to you, because even if it's a fictional language, it's still a language. It's like people who learned I can't think of it off the top of my head. Star Trek language. Yeah, they got made fun of a lot, but they can literally like have conversations with each other. And like, you know, in Lord of the Rings, I'm pretty sure like people know like Elvish from Lord of the Rings and shit. So Klingon, Elven, yes. Elven, Elvish, Elverly, Elverly. That's what it is. Nailed it. Dude, I'm doing lightning bow / spear on Merc when I get gear. What are you playing until then? And how are you gonna do bow and spear? Or you just mean, okay. But yeah, in Monochrome, you literally have to spell an unknown fast enough or you fail. Actually hit the notes. Yeah. So it's like kind of like, well, because you said it's rhythm based, because I was gonna say it's kind of like Guitar Hero, but for unknown language. So you have to hit the right letters that spell out the words. Yeah, it seems like that would be insane. Oh yeah, the new Witch Hunter change. 100 passive points into weapon skill points, so I can actually do decent weapon swapping and skill tree for both bow for bosses and spear for clear. That's kind of sick. That's the thing that I think has always been underwhelming, and I'm glad that they found a way to make Witch Hunter better, because nobody, like, since the game came out, I don't know many people. Like, people have played Witch Hunter just to say that they have a Witch Hunter and then done like a meta build the best way possible on Witch Hunter to be like, oh yeah, I'm Witch Hunter. But like, nobody actually, you know what I mean? It's never been great. But that whole concept of like weapon swapping and having your second weapon skills and all that stuff, I always imagined it like in D4, where like, for instance, like Frozen Orb, or lightning spear or whatever. What is it called? Is it called lightning spear? Is it called the same thing, but it's actually just like a lightning bolt that goes out and like hits enemies in circles and stuff. But it never came to fruition the way that I imagined in this game. I hope it works out, TBH, LOL. You haven't done the Culling Strike, etc. Well, I've never played Witch Hunter. Like, that doesn't even seem a little bit interesting to me, personally. But yeah, I haven't seen anybody, even when I was like watching everybody and like non-stop obsessed with PoE 2, I never saw anyone playing Witch Hunter unless it was like kind of just doing like a meta build, like I said before, where it's just like just to say you're making a Witch Hunter. But my average spelling time is like 2 seconds. Wait. I missed one from uppercase. Y'all remember the ballista build from last league? Grenade totems are so much better and obnoxious. Does it still like clutter the entire screen? Or what do you mean that's why it's more obnoxious? My average spelling time is like 2 seconds, and there is things like end of all things or unfortunate or I'm dead or whatever and unknown. You have to hit the actual notes. Yeah, that's insane, dude. No, you're good. Hey, you're excited about. That's sick. Never apologize for talking about something you're excited about. Yeah, once I get my Archon going, like you can tell, cause like uppercase said the other day, it's got like it like changes the way your character looks. Like we should proc it now. Yeah, see, there we go. Now I'm Archon. And then you just start freezing everything and everything just starts exploding. Kind of like the old stat stacking like Merc builds where you would just like explode the screen with like ice explosions. That kind of is a similar thing that'll happen with this. The problem is, I don't know if there's a way to make it, like I would have to come up with a creative way to get my energy shield recharge happening quicker. Or like more often, because that's what procs it. So if I can do that, then where it's like, but I think that there's like a cooldown period too between it. Or that's what it feels like. And if that's the case, there probably isn't a way to make it. Because like ideally you want it to be whenever you're fighting enemies, you have that going. And I don't know if that's possible. But it does happen quite a bit already, even without that. It's just like with boss fights and stuff, where you can't like risk taking damage just for the sake of being able to do more damage. And like there's some basic things I can do, like just speccing more into start of energy shield recharge, and even like things I could do where I'm taking damage. You know what I mean? But I also tried out these little lightning, the living lightning or whatever they're called. They don't seem great, but I don't know how they're gonna scale into late game. Isn't there a unique that starts energy recharge upon taking damage? Possibly. Yeah, but if anyone here likes rhythm games and has a Roblox account or something, it's called Friday Night Bloxing on Roblox. If you like rhythm games, I would recommend it. Dude, somehow I missed that. Like, Roblox was definitely a younger generation than me, But like, there was a lot of people my age that got into Minecraft, and I've literally never played Minecraft. And I feel like Minecraft was like what led to Roblox. I don't even know if they're like similar types of games, but like, it feels like Minecraft was the... Oh, they turned this into something now. You just get a rune from it. But yeah, no, like, all I know about Roblox is not good things, because like, if anyone's been paying attention to the publicity they've been getting lately, that's always what I've heard about Roblox, is that it's just like the place where Chris Hansen would go to find nefarious people, so to speak. Gotta BRB, you're good, uppercase. Speaking of Minecraft, I've gotten into modded Minecraft recently. Yeah, a lot of bad stuff going on right now, yeah. And that has nothing to do with the game itself, because I think like both those games, both Roblox and Minecraft, at this point, more of it is people almost playing like modded versions. You know what I mean? Like people are playing like Pokemon Red that's just made in Minecraft, in a modded Minecraft. But yeah, that's like, it's always felt like a bad idea to have places on the internet that are designed for kids that aren't like very, very strictly moderate. And even then, that's where the whole conversation about like age verification and shit like that on the internet could be a good thing to protect kids. At the very least. It's bad for everyone else's privacy, but it has some good potential. So what I'm thinking as a potential for this is to have Spark for clearing and Arc for single target. That's like kind of what I've partially been attempting, because Arc seems to have better single target, because they also changed, I don't know when they changed this, if it was the nerf to Spark from last league, but each Spark bolt can only hit an enemy once like every 6 seconds or something. So like, that's why it feels a lot worse, and they never changed that back. So for like clearing, it works fine, but Arc seems to have the higher single target damage potential now. Also, Roblox, really? Dude, I had never ever heard about Roblox until like years after Minecraft had been a thing. So that's actually kind of insane that it came out first. Look at the scepter I linked and go WTF. I have never even seen it that. Like, I've never seen those stats all together. That's insane. How does that help you though? Or is it just like what did they call the people, the like aura, like people who would have all the scepters and like the skills to boost allies and like have a shit ton of magic find? What's up, Hex? Yeah, we're back, baby. Rarity bots, yeah. Increased spirit, nice. To maximum mana, nice. Yeah, level 26 is crazy. 50% increased damage, 14% increased critical hit chance, 36% increased mana regen. Oh. Yeah, 40% increased presence of area. Doesn't that mean that this just like has a larger radius? So that's pretty insane, especially with Malice. I'm addicted to PoE 2 again. I've got 2 characters to level 70 and 75 and a third to 40. That's insane, bro. What builds are you playing, Hex? But I will say, like, all the new crafting mechanics seem pretty goated. Like, I'm excited to get to the point where that actually is something that I'm, you know, contemplating. Okay, we're gonna see how this boss fight goes, because this guy is kinda tanky.
You know why I am.
So, with our issues with our build currently, it could go a couple ways. Damage doesn't feel too bad. Oh, get out. We froze him. For a second. Oh, when I cast that, that was bad timing. Not too bad. Not great.
It is warm and beautiful.
And I'll do Sork after I get Deadeye to endgame. Dude, is Ranger sick? Because like that was the class that I thought looked like pretty sick when I saw the trailer for the new season. I thought Warrior and Ranger were the 2 classes that seemed like the most intriguing to me. It's #1 IMO, even with Ranger's skills, because it was #1 last league, but it was because it was using the Javazon build. Which doesn't mean a lot to me personally. Oh, also, they changed this thing, that quest. So belts don't roll charm slots anymore, or what? Because I did that quest and it gave me an extra charm slot. Or can you have more than 3 charm slots now? Did they implement that? Because I know they were talking about it, that you could, they were like, you were gonna have much more. Dude, it's the least picked class this league so far, which is kind of nuts to me because the new shit and like things can look cool and then end up not being good. You get what I mean? So the only person that I know that's really been playing Warrior is Uppercase, so I'd have to get his thoughts now that he's like been doing endgame and but he's doing a Ballista build. I wonder if that's on his Warrior, if he made another character for that. Belts can get charms, but they also implemented. Yeah, cause like that task where you take the 2 relics and you put them together in the Valley of Titans. When I did that one, now it gave me an extra charm slot when I completed it. So I was like, oh, that's sick, because then I don't need to find a 2 charm belt right off the rip. But it just makes me think, like, what if your belt has 3 charm slots and then you have that quest, do you get 4? Or does it still just max out at 3? But it's max 3? Okay. Here it's buggy AF. I wonder what is buggy about it. It makes sense then why not a ton of people are playing it if it's got like issues like that. This is a level, like this is one of the crazy things. Level 4 belt. I guess even though I found this one at level 28, it's still a level 4 belt. So, I don't know. But I've had this one for a long time, and yet we're still rolling in those like super low tier. I guess it's just odds. But that's one thing I like about, and like I get it with the new deterministic crafting and having like the level 2 orbs of transmutation and augmentation, and level 3 gives you higher rolls, but like at a bare minimum, if I'm 24 levels higher, you'd think that you get at least a minor improvement. I don't know about this. Probably gonna destroy it in a week, but
Care for a story? I will tell your tale. Here we are.
oh, I need to start checking her shit more often too. Just to see if we get lucky. What about minion builds? Anyone doing anything crazy with minion builds? Good for starter builds. Lost like 4 divs worth. Wait, how did you lose them? Divs value plummeted? Oh shit. Giga minion army?
It's time to use the
Well, they didn't. Did they change how many minions you can summon, or turned my exiles into divs? Oh shit. And then the prices plummeted, so you lost a lot of value.
fight to the last.
That sucks. That's the way she goes, though. Unfortunately. We all know that.
It must be hard for some to understand our older traditions.
Yeah, from 105 to 110 per.
Onwards.
Now 70 to 78. Oh shit. Yeah, that's like almost 30% loss? Or 30%? That's crazy.
Enter Deshar.
And that happened in like one day?
You have your orders.
It is weird, the value of divs. And now that you have these like the upper echelon versions of things, you get what I mean? Like now all of a sudden a level 3 Regal probably has more potential than a div in like actually doing something valuable. You get what I mean? Or even maybe like a level 3, like I don't know how big a difference these make, but it's just like adding another level of potential versus divs haven't changed at all. They still just do the exact same thing, but they've kind of been like the base currency for the game, or like the base currency in terms of like value for the game since release. So it's like, I think as it progresses and as each new league, I think it's going to be similar to PoE 1, where sometimes like divs are the most valuable, sometimes exalts are more valuable, sometimes whatever, or they have different names for different things, but you get what I mean. Like the value isn't always just like divs are like the guiding light and then everything is kind of based off of divs. I think it's going to be different. Well, with how support gems are now, how you can use multiple, can finally use different minions, and how buff their damage is through muster and gigantism. Yeah, the gigantism thing sounds pretty sick. It will go back up in 12 hours. It always does. Yeah, it like, especially early in the league, I feel like prices are kind of goofy with that kind of shit.
As we approach it, the other, if you happen to... Blessings.
Oh, I have to go to Deshar. Dude, the other thing is I haven't watched really any content on the new, like, filler acts. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
I hope there is
Just
time
fluctuates
to
because of peak
protect our
times, yeah.
honored dead.
Well, and it's like, you know, it's the market can be manipulated, clearly. So like, if all of a sudden there's a bunch of divs on the market because somebody put a bunch of divs on the market, prices aren't gonna be as good. It's gonna kind of be all over the place. Orb of Alchemy, we'll take that. Even though they nerfed the AoE damage, Infernal Hound radius increase was like 68%. So it's like 180+% more area. Yeah, because I remember like they nerfed Infernal Hound pretty significantly, and that's what was one of like the key factors to making minion builds just not as strong last league. And then like they introduced the specters and the tame beasts and all that shit, but they were so expensive, it was like really hard to like actually have minions and have those, and they didn't do that much damage. And I kept saying that. I was like, this is a great idea, but it's way too expensive, it's kind of shit. And people were like, no, they'll find a way to make it work, there's gonna be ones, or like I've seen a build. And then they like literally came out and even said that it was like fucked, that the balance was fucked. So I'm interested to see how it is now with the changes. Oh my, some Sork action. Dude, you know it. You know I had to. They added the elemental infusions, and like it's hard to tell, but up until this point, Sork leveling feels a lot better than it did before, or at least elemental Sork leveling. Now to see how the damage scales, like if I actually want to go into using elemental infusions and the new Archon abilities, like that's the one thing I'm worried about, is how this scales into endgame, because the Archon seems sick, but if you can't increase the duration or increase the, like you can't scale the damage in a significant way, then it might be tough. We might have to change directions. I don't remember that being a thing. What about a Chaos Orb? I'm keen to hop in. I've been so sick for months, but back on my feet. Dude, Carnage, it's always good to see you, bro. I'm sorry you've been sick. That's like insane, especially like long, you know, just like long, tedious sicknesses are worse. Like I'd rather be super sick for a short amount of time than get like, just like have a lingering sickness 100%. So I'm glad you're feeling better. We're way behind everybody, but this league I already knew off the rip. I wasn't, you know, I wasn't trying to like be the first to do something, or like that wasn't a priority this league. So we're kind of just going at our own pace, and we're just gonna try to figure some things out. I haven't really looked at any build guides or anything this league either. So I've watched some videos and seen some cool potential things, but they weren't really things that I was trying to focus on. Oh shit.
I need more time.
This is kind of dubious to have the Wisp go to these guys, because these guys were already a pain in the ass, and that's without a Wisp. And one of the guys always chills, so he's fucking up my cast speed. And it's one of those things, the further away you are from them, honestly, it's kind of like the more danger you're in. So it's because with their leap slams, it's almost easier to dodge those when you're near them. Okay, we got that one. There we go. Easy money. But like, even something like that, like I feel like that fight before would have been not, like I would have died multiple times with other Sork builds. Or like other eras of Sork. The only problem right now I have is that I have so many things I have to cast to really like maximize all the different things I'm doing, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but it just makes it so like when I was getting chilled from that guy, my damage is going down a shit ton because I just can't cast things fast enough. The badge for gifting 2 subs from the first week. Oh, that's sick. Oh, on your name. Oh, I just saw that. That's awesome, Jazz. Hell yeah, bro. If you need help, let me know. I will, Jazz. I probably will at some point, but like I said, I'm not really in a hurry or too worried about things. So see, that would have been goated. We might just go into that, see how it works. Yeah, so
Found a letter. For your sake, do not speak of its
fighting
contents.
infection for months. Docs didn't know what the F was going
I
on.
intend to return to Desha.
Bro, I haven't
Unlock
even
the
picked the
location
tune.
of
Dude,
Maluma's
there's
a stone, perhaps.
majority of what I've heard has been positive. I think there's quite a few options. There's enough new stuff. Like, it would be interesting to look, like, to do a deep dive now to see if, like, opinions had changed. Because I started watching one of Darth's videos about, like, you know, current state after the first week or whatever. And he didn't seem, from, like, I didn't watch the whole thing yet, but from what I watched the first like 10 or 15 minutes, he didn't seem super duper hype. So I don't know if how things change into endgame, but I feel like it's always, you know, that kind of stuff take with a grain of salt, because everyone's gonna have different opinions at just like based on what they're looking for in the game.
Surprise, motherfucker.
What's up, Just? Why aren't I streaming daily? Well, this last week was because I got sick and yeah, I just felt like shit. But overall it was just because I had to start working more. So yeah, it kind of, my schedule's kind of been erratic, and a big part of that has been because of like having to go back. My schedule's kind of been erratic, and a big part of that has been because of like having to, and then also because I've kind of been trying. But all I know for now is I'm going to, at the very least, play PoE 2 get to endgame, try out all the new shit, and see where I'm at then. And then we go from there. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, I think that's the smart thing to do. And then, who knows? Because I don't want to show too much of my hand, so to speak. I saw Darashi get an omen worth 18 divs, and I've been depressed since. Hey, just one more map, just one more run. All it takes is one more, that one time. You get what I mean? Stream ended? Oh shit. You can spawn them separately. They were meant to be in this stream. Bro, we back at it. One more map, exactly. That was always the addiction side of it. So we'll see if we reignite that. Cause I know seeing a bunch of people back, you know what I mean? So that's good. I'm glad everyone's I'm glad to see old faces. Okay, what am I doing? Are either of these? Here's the thing, is this is helping me out a lot right now because faster start of energy shield recharge. I need to look at my passive and see with Archon if there really is like a cooldown. Okay, we need to pin this so that I can see what this. What the fuck? It wouldn't let me look at that. Because it doesn't say anything about there being a cooldown for it. But it does feel like there is. So is it a hidden mechanic? Because like when I'm in those fights where I'm taking damage and I see my energy shield go up, that procs, and then once that ends, it feels like 6 to 10 seconds before it can proc again, even though I see my energy shield recharging at different times. So I don't know. Lost energy shield will start. What's up, Kiba? We're messing with Sork. I'm trying some of these new, like I haven't been following any build guides or anything. I'm way behind everybody else because I got sick this week. But I really am interested in the elemental remnants or infusions or whatever they're called. I think there's like some interesting things we can do with that. And also the Archons. But I'm trying to figure out, because like each element has an Archon, but it feels as though, like in theory, Ice Archon seems the best because then you can freeze enemies more often. But they have done a lot of shit to make it tougher to freeze enemies consistently. And so like then you probably have to be speccing into like freeze duration and freeze buildup or chill buildup or whatever, and I think that would take too much away from damage. So I don't know if we're gonna stick with Ice Archon. And then it's also got the thing where you only get it when energy shield recharge begins, but it seems kind of buggy, like it's not proccing as often as it should. Whereas with Flame Archon, you just get a 20% chance every time you ignite an enemy. And then with Lightning Archon, it's after spending 100% of your maximum mana, which that's probably the most consistent one, honestly. The thing about Lightning Archon is that you're not getting any of that crowd control. But if you're getting it proccing way more often and doing a lot more damage, that is probably better than having the freeze anyway. So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to mess around with it though. Dude, I did hover Archon buff. Look, watch. Boom, Ice Archon. It won't let me, nothing shows up under Archon buff. Like it doesn't bring up another page. It's got the little dots, like it should have a link, but nothing will come up. So I don't know how to make that. You did not just say Kiba? It's Kiba? My apologies. I didn't know that was the thing. I've never ever once. That was another trend that I totally missed. I was like, when everyone got into Yu-Gi-Oh, I was still like, nah, Pokemon. I was always a Pokemon guy. It's Kaiba. That makes even less sense. But if it is from Yu-Gi-Oh, then y'all would know. It should, yeah, right? But like none of them are showing up. The one under spells or cold or any of these aren't showing up, so I don't know. Let's try it with one of the other ones. Yeah, still nothing. Weird. I don't know, we'll figure it out. But like right now, I still don't feel like I've hit like a wall where all of a sudden I'm really struggling. So that's good because we're not necessarily getting great gear and I am kind of winging it. So thus far seems to be working all right. Now, will that continue? Or are we gonna have to switch things up a bit? But like, see, going into these wouldn't be too bad. I would like some cast speed. But I know that these aren't really worth going into. I think it's better to get cast speed from somewhere else. Invocated skills. What the fuck are those? Triggered spells? Invoke skills are those triggered by invocation skills. What is considered an invocation skill? Because I should probably start going towards some of the known, like goated sort nodes. But I haven't even decided if I'm gonna go into like Eldritch Then if we go into Eldritch, do we go into Mind Over Matter? And then if we go into those, do we go into Chaos Inoculation? Know what I'm saying? Because that's kind of the old way I'd always build it. Right now we're not doing any crits, so... Increase elemental infusion duration. Skills have 5% chance to not remove, but still count. Oh, I think I wanted to go into this. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna try that. Because if we can get that too, because like the elemental infusions do some insane shit. So if you can have them more consistently and essentially use it like the support gem with power charges where you have a chance of not consuming the power charge, but it still gives you like the benefit of using the frenzy or whatever, any of the charges. If we can have that happening more often, and then we get like one to, honestly, it would only be probably lightning infusions that we'd have to go into. But like all this increased damage worries me because it sounds good, but I know it's not going to do a lot and it's not going to scale in any way. So that's why looking into like going up to this, because once we hit Archon, it turns all of our damage into cold damage, but our main damage skills are still lightning damage skills. So we would still get this benefit once our Archon procced, because it would be taking that increased lightning damage and then converting it to cold damage versus, you know, because that's always kind of been goofy when one thing happens versus when the other thing happens. Then that one we unfortunately probably can't go into. Where's the other? There's another energy shield one. This is the one. Insightfulness. That will probably spec into at some point. This is another solid one. That's probably a good one. Convalescence is probably a good one to go into. If we're gonna stay on Ice Archon. If we go off of Ice Archon, then energy shield recharge rate doesn't really matter at all, and we can spec into this one. And spec into some of the other ones that we're more traditionally would go with. I need to figure out what invocated spells are. How do I figure that out? What are invocated spells? Anyone know off the top of their head? That skill tree hurts my head just looking at it. Dude, the crazy thing is they added like, what was it? It was like, I think over 100 new nodes. So like, you look at this and it looks insane to you. This is just going to continually get larger and larger and spread out further and further. And then there's going to be little subsections that are connected to other nodes. Like you go into this node and it unlocks a subsection over here that also has 30 nodes that you can spec into. It's going to be a nightmare at some point. Okay, you can search Archon and find it on a different cluster to left a little. I've heard good things about Black Flame Covenant. Oh, that one did sound interesting. is that like more in the witch side of things? I guess we can look it up. Right here. Fire spells convert 100% of fire damage to chaos damage. Chaos damage from fire spells contribute to flammability and ignite magnitudes. Yeah, this seems like the best node that they've put in to make fire actually decent. Because, like, even a lot of the fire spells, the elemental infusions are kind of fucking lame. But, like, the fact that you're still getting flammability and ignite, but it's doing chaos damage, and chaos damage because they have added some things to scale chaos damage, and like enemies traditionally have less resistance to chaos damage, and it's, yeah, just like a better damage type. They just haven't really found a way to make it stand out in a good way. So this does sound really cool. And who knows, maybe we go into that. But if we're gonna go into that, it's probably better to use the witch, the one that has all the chaos nodes. Why can't I think of the name of this right now? What is it called? What is this called? Ascendancy. I think that's it. The Lich Ascendancy. I think that's it. Okay, so let's see. You're saying Archon. Archons are a type of buff that augments your elemental prowess with spells. There are Archon buffs related to each element. By default, each Archon buff lasts 10 seconds, but will be removed early if you use any non-instant attack. Wait. Here, let me pin this. What is non-instant attack? Like, so like if I use Frost Bomb, it goes away? Is that what it's saying? Because Frost Bomb takes a second to like do damage? Or what is a non-instant attack? Let me see if I can look up. Did it have a dash under non-instant? This is where this game is kind of annoying. Each non-instant spell. I'm just looking at tags to see duration, sustained duration, projectile, lightning chaining, none of them I'm seeing say anything about instant or non-instant. So I'd imagine that as channeling. But why though? Because channeling, you're channeling mana directly into damage? I don't even know. What are the channeling spells? Like, is it called Inferno? Or Incinerate? This is a channeling spell. 10 milliseconds of fuel per mana spent. Can store up to 10 seconds of fuel. Are there any other channeling spells? Because I think Arc used to be a channeling spell, perhaps. But I don't think... I think they changed that. Or maybe it wasn't. But I don't think there's any other channeling spells. Oh, Flame Blast is channeling. Channel to build destructive energy around you. So I need to understand what the whole concept of channeling. Okay, so it's more, you're gaining stages of power by using it longer. That's all channeling is. Okay. But then wouldn't like ice armor or Arctic armor be channeling? But it's not because it's like passive. Because that gains stages. Spells split to one additional target. 30% of mana and life spent while in the storm is added to this skill's mana cost per second. This is another one that needs to be totally reworked. Because it puts you in like a vulnerable state. And it just doesn't feel worth it still. Some of these enemies, the target is destroyed and the explosion deals lightning damage to surrounding enemies. Targeting an enemy, the explosion also creates shock ground, creates a lightning infusion on successful use. Slow down over time. But some of these infusions, like Ember Fusillade, sounds insane. Consumes a lightning infusion if possible to cause the entire fusillade to create beams that chain to enemies. So this might be one that we try to work in as well. Because if you can just like passively, or there's that one stave. That's what they're still called, even for Sorks, right? That one unique staff where every time you cast a spell, you get a cast Ember Fusillade. But I wonder how that works with the infusions. If it's auto casting it, will it still use? I don't know. I don't know, dude. There's so many thoughts. But I need to get back. We're so far away from progress that we need to just go. And our map reset, great. I took way too much time. I got distracted. Also set attacks, not spells, right? Dude, I don't even know. I don't remember at this point. I was going through like 10 different thought processes trying to figure that out. I still think Orb of Storms is pretty OP, so like it's probably better to invest more into that. But I'm also at that point where I can't like test to see how these things are gonna scale until I get what the fuck are those things called? Jeweler's orbs. Oh shit. Feels pretty solid. Really want to do a sword, but that one I'm just gonna wait until someone figures out the cool stuff. Yeah, it does seem like there's like a lot of potential, but like it also seems like there's gonna be a lot of heartache that goes into unlocking that potential. And the one thing I'm worried about is all that's gonna happen is the best build is just gonna be a variation of what's already been the best before. They just find a different way of like utilizing the same mechanics we used before to scale damage. And so it's just like, you kind of have to build, you can build different variations of the build, but the like core like passives are all gonna be the same as they've always been. And you know, that's what I'm worried about, but we have to wait and see. I gotta remember that I have that too. The elemental weakness. I haven't been using that at all. Especially on rares, we need to be using that. Okay, we already killed them. Mortar Totem Technician is broken AF. Dude, what totems are you using, uppercase? You were saying grenade totems, right? So I don't know if those are related. But like, see, my energy shield started recharging and I didn't get another Archon. So that's where I'm confused by some of this. Boo! Dude, how you been, Boo? Always good to see you, my friend. Mortar with grenades socketed in. Cluster and gas. Same thing, but Warbringer. Okay, sick. So you're just doing it on a different class. But basically, same concept. I like that. There's explosions even further away than the screen. Hey, we've seen those builds every league where there's a bunch of off-screen shenanigans. Lightning Spear. We had the fucking stat stacking builds that were doing that. I've been good. Thanks for asking. How have I been? Dude, I've been good. It's been weird, like not great this week. I got sick this week and wasn't able to stream. It just didn't feel like up to streaming, I guess is a way to put it. Like in theory I could have streamed, you know, whatever, but just wasn't feeling good. So I was like, I wanted to try to rest. And the frustrating thing is that I actually got to sleep at a reasonable time last night. So, because I had to go work today anyway. And then, because I had to work so late with my brother, dude, this guy is fucking me up. Now it's like completely, like I couldn't start stream till like midnight, so it's completely fucked up my schedule again.
I can't do that yet.
So that's fun. Dude, this guy has so much fucking health. Like, he's just a damage sponge. Like, this is the most damage I've ever seen one enemy. Like, even the bosses, like the act bosses and shit, haven't been this tough. This is just like a curse of certain modifiers he must have. And these fucking poison guys just keep appearing out of nowhere. And they're a pain in the ass because they're just constant damage, and then I can't recharge energy shields. See, there's nothing worse than that. Bare minimum, I should get a stupid, whatever, animal talisman. But you just fight a guy for like 3 entire minutes, and in the end, you get 1 rare. I get that it's low level, but still, come on now. I had to spin to win Gemling. Oh yeah. No, dude, I love that. I just loved because like it created some like really cool other builds too that weren't even like the meta version. Like I had a Molten Blast one that I loved playing. Gotta take care of yourself first, my man. I'm here, I made it, don't worry. What's up, Smoothjay? Have you dived into PoE 2 yet? Or are you still, what have you been playing these days? I know you were on that Marvel Rivals grind for a while. We love to see that. That's still a game I need to try out. Cause it's like sustained. Like I felt like it was kind of just gonna be another flash in the pan type game, but like there's still a lot of people playing that shit. So I'm impressed that they've found a way to like maintain. I'm sorry to hear that, and I totally get that. Why I disappeared for a while, even left my own Discord. Oh shit. Yeah, boo. I haven't been on Twitch a lot lately. Over the last, like, I don't know, month? Maybe less. But there's a lot of things tied into that. One of them has just been schedule and shit. And, like, my schedule's so different than all the people that I usually watch on Twitch anyway. So I'm just like, if I do go on Twitch, I'm watching VODs. Or I just watch VODs on YouTube or whatever, because it's easier to... like rewind and shit. But yeah, I did see that you were playing Baldur's Gate 3 not too long ago. But I hadn't seen you on Twitch for a minute before then. Like, for a good minute. So I hope you're doing better too, brother. Dude, these abyssal things are kind of nuts sometimes. Like, they get kind of wacky and wild occasionally. But like, when I get Ice Archon and just start like exploding all the frozen enemies, I want that. I want that shit more often. Oh, we got a rib. Yay. Still haven't figured out how to use those efficiently. Like, I'm not even gonna mess with them until I have a good idea, because I don't want to waste them. Okay, we finally made it. Just had to run that map twice. LOL, Def Rivals, but other stuff too. I was playing a ton of D4, some Outriders. I don't know if I know what Outriders is. I've heard of it, but not familiar with it. Is it Dead by Daylight? Dead by Daylight? Is that what it's called? Isn't that the game that everyone's been playing? Like, I don't know why all of a sudden, it's like not a new game, right? But all of a sudden, like, Morgan, Jazz, like, there was so many people I saw playing that game. Scotty, you. All of a sudden, like, all these people just started playing it. And I've only ever heard good things about it. It just isn't really my style. And I've been spending the last month plus getting my dick stomped in Tarkov, so. But I've been loving it so much. TBH. Not the dick stomping part as much. Like, I'm not really into BDSM, or maybe I just didn't know yet. But, yeah, I've just been enjoying the game. And they announced 1.0 release recently, which is insane because it's been in beta for like 8 years or something. So that's, I guess, a big deal. And they said they're gonna put it on Steam, which is actually kind of nuts because it's like one of those games where they have their own launcher and their own anti-cheat and all this other shit that if you put a game on Steam, they have some different expectations and requirements out of games. So it might force them to make some beneficial changes because cheating is kind of a problem in that game. Me and my bro, they won't be playing it for long. Wait. Yeah, I was playing that, waiting for this current update, and yeah, I'm doing a bit better. Oh, hell yeah. Been on PoE 2 for a couple weeks. Playing it for long. Played it and got sick of it like 2 years ago. Then when me and my bro rebranded his channel, I told him to hop back on. Big community. Oh, that's awesome. Dead by Daylight is a game for the kind of people you dislike. No comment. I don't know enough about the community or the game. I know that there's some people that I love dearly that like the game. I'll put it that way. So, we'll leave it at that. You want to enjoy it for long once you understand everything, and the devs are the most brainless people I've ever seen. It's fun sometimes. Game rotation, yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing is, like, I've reignited something and relearned something about myself that I really love, like, the competitive aspect and the, like, high tension, high risk, high reward, like, super frustrating, but also super rewarding. And that's why, that's kind of why I've got back into, or I got into Tarkov. But we'll see. Like, truth is, I'm gonna be playing Tarkov no matter what. Now, if I'm gonna be playing it on stream, or if it's just an off-stream game, is what we're gonna figure out over the next little while. Energy shield, cold res. Nah. Nah. No. 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 All this shit is kind of ass. I'm gonna keep that because I'm gonna destroy it. Or... not disenchant, but the one you do at your workbench. I'm gonna do that to it. That's probably garbage. Oh, I guess that's superior too. We might as well keep that. Okay. Good. Good enough. Red confirmation. Trust me, I still play that shit. Wait, whoa, I missed some stuff. For GGG after seeing is an enjoyable game. It's not my thing, it's just the right thing. Well, see, and that's the thing, is like, even if it's just a game that you can hop into for a while and play with some homies, that's dope. You get what I mean? Like, my issue is that I'm not really good at that. I'm not good at hopping into a game and just like messing around with it for a while just for like short enjoyment. So it's like when I get into games, and this is a positive and a negative at the same time, I get 100% obsessed, and sometimes what that turns into is me burning myself out on that game. But it also means that, like, I want to learn everything. Like, I start consuming and trying to learn everything I possibly can about a game when I do get, like, into it. So that can be positive, but it makes it difficult because, like, for instance, that's how I feel with Tarkov right now, but then there's this big update for PoE 2, and I'm like, okay, I know I should play PoE 2, but all I think about in my free time is Tarkov. And all I want to do in my free time is play Tarkov. So it's kind of trying to find a way to juggle those different, that like obsessive nature that I have to work in my favor, but not let it be the only decision maker. Dude, this little area is kind of lit. That's like the most rare items I think I found since I started playing. It's like 4 rare chests. Got an exalted out of it too. Okay, we need to go back to town. I need to get rid of some of this shit. Just really hate the game. Nothing personal. If you haven't seen, everyone is outraged lately. Soon it'll be 1 killer trying to survive 4 survivors. It's my homies, people that I play with, like, only play it. Which kind of sucks for meeting gamers. Yeah. Kind of defeats the purpose that they can fight back. Yeah. Diff game modes and ranked and casual lobbies would make... Yeah, I think any game that has a sense of competitive nature should have some form. Because, like, the way I look at it is don't have skill-based matchmaking in any game, and then just give any game that you would think about putting skill-based matchmaking a ranked mode. Because ranked mode is skill-based matchmaking. You're only playing against people who are your skill level, in theory. Now, the problem is that you have a game like Escape from Tarkov Arena, which is like the fast-paced version, where it's like you're in an arena, it's more about like getting kills, like team deathmatch style, search and destroy style, not like the extraction shit. And what happens is you have these players that are like, probably have over 1,000 hours in arena alone, and they never play ranked, and then they go into ranked because they can just stomp people to get like their weekly task done. So then that's like where it's hard to like have a perfect solution to it, because in the end what usually happens is like new players or casual players or, you know, just inexperienced players, whatever, end up getting the short end of the stick in almost all those situations. Now you could say skill-based matchmaking works better for them, but I guess where skill-based matchmaking hurts players the most is players who are at average or above. Because if you're at average, you get clumped in with players that are way better than you. And then like, it's usually skill-based matchmaking is broken up into two sections. Everyone who's below average, and then everyone at average or slightly above average and higher, all the way up to like the best players in the game, all end up playing in the same like group. So at least that's how it was with like Warzone and with Apex, and with like when I played Apex, I was never great, but I would get into lobbies with people like Imperial Hal, who is widely considered the best competitive Apex player of all time. I had him on my team once, and I was like, what the fuck is he doing in my lobbies? You get what I mean? Like, there's no world where I should be playing with those players. So yeah. What's up, Solus? How are you doing? Good to see you, brother. It's crazy seeing so many people back in the stream. How the gameplay evolves, the grind changes, the more you know, the better it is. Nice. Dude, I'm doing better. I'm doing much better. How have you been, Solus? And I like the cooperative competition of hero shooters. I don't really play a lot of PvP. Huge Marvel fan. Rivals and the hero shooter style really hooked me. Dude, it seems like Rivals has like figured out the code. I forgot to sell everything. I keep getting distracted. Because like Overwatch was huge when it came out, but then just like every other game that Blizzard / Activision is a part of, they've run it into the ground and like upset the majority of the fan base. And then and Marvel's just came out right at the right time, where it was able to like take advantage of that and at the same time like build on it to make something even better, you know? That's interesting. Discipline isn't great though. I forgot what discipline does. Maximum energy shield isn't horrible, but isn't great. But it has minions. I don't know. Definitely worth keeping at the very least. We'll put it in the guild stash. Maybe someone can use it. If not, maybe if I mess around with a minion build, I'll bring it out. Got a level 8 skill gem. We're gonna put that into... We're gonna try Arc. I really want Arc to work. So we're gonna try to make it work. And then evasion, critical hit chance, fire res. Life regen kind of sucks, but has potential. And then we're gonna salvage this. Oh wait, not that. This. We're gonna have to separate these. So that each thing gets 2 rows. And then I'll try to go through at least like once a week and just clear some stuff out. And like I'll post something on Discord before I do it, so if anyone wants to go in there and see if there's anything they want to keep or mess around with, they can. Because it just got, it gets overwhelmed pretty quickly. You don't find out till you're in a game if people are fucking around or fucking you up? Yes. I read fucking even though you said funking, but that's how in my head. Same vibes, either way. Okay. Being good, playing new minion build. Which build are you, which minion build are you playing? Minions seems like, with a lot of the changes they made, it has some like cool potential. So I'm excited to see what people come up with. Still seems like Spark is kind of outshining Arc, at least in terms of like minion, like just like general mob clearing. Capitalize on a void in the marketplace across genres. Barricade played Marvels on stream. Marvel Rivals on stream. Dude, yeah. Well, that's the thing is like everybody, like, dude, Asmongold was playing it. Which is like, it's totally not the type of game. Like, he's not much of a gamer anymore anyway. But like, that, if he does play games, that is not a game I would have ever think he would play. You know what I mean? So, that just goes to show how well it did at like bridging and bringing people to a genre that they otherwise probably would have never tried. Oh, I don't even have Chaos Orbs yet. That's the only thing you can do with those, really. Give me one sec. Thank you so much for the follow. I want to get your name right though. So you might have to help me out. Hyun Hyen Guyan? Hyun Guyan? I don't know. But thank you for the follow. Feel free to correct me, cause
my God,
you know me.
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone?
Clip this. Holy crap.
Everybody calm down. No,
Welcome in. How you been, brother? It's good to see you. Been a minute. How are you feeling about the league so far? I'm so far behind everyone. I got sick this week and didn't really progress at all after day one. So I'm still working through campaign on my sword. Welcome in everybody. I'm Ricky Ransom. We are trying out some Sork shenanigans. And I am not following a build. I'm kind of just going off instinct. I'm trying to use the elemental infusions, trying to use a bunch of different things. But I don't know how it's gonna work. So we're just testing it out. But welcome in. Holy crap, Clip this. Thank you so much for the raid. Wow. That's insane. And thank you, Uppercase, for the shout out. Yeah, what are your thoughts? What have you been playing? How do you feel? If you have time. If you gotta go, I completely understand as well. Either way, everybody in my stream, if you haven't yet, Cliptis is one of like the most laid back, chill dudes. Super knowledgeable about every game that he plays. D4, PoE2, mainly ARPGs, but he's a really awesome guy. Please go follow him. You won't regret it. Trust me. Really dope dude. And always helping out people in the community. Just like, yeah, he's goated. So I recommend it 100%. I picked Ranger since I hadn't played it. Ended up being great. Yeah, I've heard from a couple people that it might be the best again. This league. Did you go Deadeye? Or which Ascendancy did you go with? What's up, Shadow? And then Samo, Samo. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I did? Nice. Yeah. Well, dude, I thought when I saw the preview for this league, I really thought Ranger and Warrior seemed like the most interesting to me. And it's funny because Ranger has like been one of the most popular and Warrior is the least popular. So I at least partially got it right in terms of it wasn't really a prediction of what was going to be best. It was more so just what I thought looked sick. And it worked with Ranger, but apparently Warrior hasn't been doing well. Or Jazz was saying that it's like super buggy. So uppercase, I'm gonna have to get your opinion since you're like the Warrior, my #1 Warrior guy. Why it feels not great. Also, Shadow, I don't know if I said what's up, but how are you doing today or tonight? Whatever it is, wherever you are, you know. But yeah, I can kind of show you guys what my thought process is with this build real quick. Since we're playing solo, we can pause the game. So anyone who doesn't know, or if you're not like a fan of Sork, typically I've always kind of been a Sork main. Like I've always loved like elemental casters in every game, which usually ends up being like a Sork or a wizard or warlock or something. But with PoE2, Sork has really not been like, it's been either one of the best or but like it has one build that was really goated for a while and super strong. A lot of people would say overpowered, to each their own. But other than that, a lot of the other builds were really not great and it wasn't super interesting. A lot of the skills, in my opinion, weren't super interesting. Now this league, they kind of reworked and added a bunch of new elements, no pun intended, but like elements to their skills that interact with the actual elements. So like you have elemental infusions that you can like basically like buff up other skills. So for instance, with Spark, if you get the cold remnant and you consume that, you get a cold infusion with your Spark. That makes your Spark deal extra lightning and cold damage. And then they have ones that are like, they stay within the elements, but then you have like Ember Fusillade, which is another one that I'm interested in, where typically it would just shoot like fireballs at enemies. Like you would summon these fireballs and it would auto target enemies after a certain amount of time. Now, if you have a lightning infusion, it chains to multiple enemies with lightning after it hits them with the fireball. So there's some cool things, potentially. So I'm excited, but right now I'm trying to go into focusing on those infusions and remnants and using Archon, which is a new thing they added as well, which turns all of your damage into one specific element, but you get more damage. So like 25% more cold damage with spells, converting all of your elemental damage to cold damage. And that's more, not increased. So it's multiplicative versus additive or vice versa. that stuff has always kind of confused me a little bit, but and then hits with spells cause 100% more freeze buildup, so you can freeze enemies quicker. I just don't know if this is gonna scale, and the ice Archon might not be the best one. Lightning, once again, feels like it's probably the best because it's gonna be the easiest to trigger, but even the Flame Archon might be not too tough because you just have a 20% chance every time you ignite an enemy. Whereas this one is based on your energy shield recharge, and it seems kind of buggy where it's like, if you just completed it, if you just finished being an Archon, even if your energy shield starts recharging, it feels like it has a cooldown, even though it says it doesn't have a cooldown. So I'm probably gonna test out every element to see how they interact. I gotta get some sleep though. Dude, clip this. Thank you again. I appreciate it, brother. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, and I hope you get some sleep, and I'll see you soon. Thank you. Okay, let me catch up on some of these. PoE 2 devs don't like us bonking things. Yeah, this is true. Mjolnir Titan is really cool. Okay. It's great if you like the fissures and totems playstyles and shit, but it's kind of just too clunky still. Yeah, I think the fissure thing looked really cool, but it's like, you know, you need something else to proc it, and then like, even the having the ancients being able, or whatever that, what was it, the ancient totem or some kind of totem where it like summons like a warrior. I think I might be getting two things confused, but that also seemed cool that now you can like have multiples of those. But yeah, I don't know. It just looked cool. The gameplay that they showed looked sick. And I was like, dude, I could actually get into that. And I've never been a big warrior or like melee style. As in non-magic hitting. Wait, what do you mean by that, Shadow? Like non-magic hitting. But yeah, I'm just testing out the changes for Sorg to see if it's made a big enough difference, adding these other like aspects to the skills. Because for a long time, I felt like a lot of the Sorg skills are super underwhelming and not even like exciting. Like not only underwhelming in terms of like damage and end game performance and scalability and all that shit, but just like they didn't even seem exciting to like even want to try to make good. So I want to see if these like elemental infusions, how they scale into end game, if you can actually make a whole build kind of focused around that, and how it affects the other skills if all of a sudden some of these skills that I've felt like are kind of underwhelming are now like cool because it's added a whole new element to a bunch of different skills that didn't exist before. Okay, let me make sure I get that checkpoint. We'll come back to that. I think we want to clear the other enemies before we mess around with these chicks. Oh, and they also added this new thing that's a support skill that creates these things called Living Lightning. And they're like little lightning minions that kind of follow you around and are supposed to, you know, deal damage to enemies and chain lightning between them and stuff. So I've heard a lot of people talking about those as being like cool and interesting. I don't know if anyone's found a way to make them like viable to actually do enough damage end game, but we're kind of just mixing a lot of different new things together. But so far, it hasn't been too bad. Like I think I've only died I don't know, once or twice. And as far as like Sork leveling goes, it feels 1,000 times better than Sork leveling used to feel. So that's kind of a big deal, because if you went with just like playing an elemental Sork right off the rip and not like having gear to twink out a character and to make like, you know, using the ranger or like a bow build to just like get through leveling until you get all your end game shit. But elemental Sork has not been great for like the whole leveling process since launch, in my opinion. Even when Spark was overpowered early on, like Spark wasn't great, and now it feels better like with all this stuff, but I don't know how that's gonna translate to later, so we're gonna have to test that out. Ancestral Warrior Totem uses socketed mace skills, and yeah, which could be sick, but I just haven't figured out an endurance charge tech. Oh, do you need endurance charges to make that like work well? Okay, I think I need to switch these. This needs to be that, and this needs to be that. Because I always hit E all the time, but Frost Bomb has a cooldown, whereas Orb of Storms doesn't, and I need to be proccing Orb of Storms like way more often. Okay, we made it to the boss. So now let's go back. I feel like we've cleared it enough. It's not like these chicks are like crazy, but you can get overwhelmed by them if you're not careful. You need 3 to summon them, but they have no limit. Oh, okay, that's sick. Because it used to be, what did it used to be limited to? You could only have one of them out at a time? Wait, is this like one of those passive ones where once you trigger it, you get the bonus? Or do I have to do something else to this? Because isn't it supposed to give you, like, resistances or something? Dude, that just played in the background of that song? My raid alert? That's hilarious. For a second there, I was like, dude, that's way too quiet. What just happened? Oh. 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 I don't know what's happening. I will say so far, performance has also felt pretty solid with PoE. Like, I don't know if they did anything in particular to like help with like frames and shit, but it doesn't feel like I'm running into as many places where I feel like my frames go like into the gutter like they used to. Servers were perfect on launch too. Yeah, I didn't get to play till later in the day, but the whole time I was playing, I didn't have any issues. Oh, invite me. What's your name on here? Is it the same? There it is. Oh, look at this. There's your puppy. Hey, puppy. Okay, I'm gonna let you solo it. I'm just gonna try not to die. Let's see what you got. Oh, he grabbed me first try. Solid. Getting a lot of armor break. That's nice. Elemental exposure. Oh yeah, I can do that too. Apparently it doesn't stack though. Because it's staying at 10. Oh no, mine's different. Mine's elemental weakness. Dude, if you don't get insane frame drops with all this shit happening, that's kind of impressive, I gotta say. That wasn't bad. I don't think my frame drops. Yeah, mine wasn't bad at all. But I did find this secret setting for anyone that has an NVIDIA GPU that a lot of people don't know about, and it helped a ton with Tarkov, and I think it's helping with this game too. So if you'd like to know, there is a trick that seems to be making a huge difference. Tarkov is like one of the worst optimized games I've ever played. And all of a sudden now I don't have any like frame issues on Tarkov. So tits out, watch out. Great name, by the way. Okay, so if you have an NVIDIA GPU, you have to go into your NVIDIA app. What is it under? Let me see if I can find it off screen before I... So I think you have to turn it on for every game. Okay, so from like Tarkov, and it's called smooth motion or motion smoothing or something. Let me see if I can find it from here. Oh, it's under driver settings. Smooth motion, turn it on. Let me know. Because like I said, in this game and in Tarkov, it seems to have made a big difference. Now, I can't compare, or I guess I could compare. I could turn it off and then, but like, I'm assuming they've done some optimization since I stopped playing Path of Exile 2 anyway. So I don't know how much of it is stuff that they did on their side and how much of it is me having this setting turned on. But in Tarkov, it made like a night and day difference, so. I went, dude, Chaos Fire looks so sick, Shadow. Honestly, that's like one of the ones, like, my next build, if I make another one, is probably gonna be a Lich Witch and I'm gonna go into Chaos Fire, because that seems like now there's like potential to actually have an elemental chaos caster with like variation instead of just being like Essence Drain, Contagion, and then before that Hex Blast. But like it's kind of just felt like there's like one or two skills that are chaos related and then every other form of chaos damage is complete garbage. So I'm excited. I think chaos damage is like one of the coolest damage types in the game. So the more they add to that, the happier I am. So yeah, 1 by default, then you could add up to 3 more for 4 total. And now you can get up to 5 with the normal totems. The warrior totems specifically now require 3 charges. Okay. So they didn't used to require charges, or they required less charges, but you were limited how many of them you could have. Now they require more charges, so they're more expensive to use, but if you can find a way of generating charges consistently, they're not limited, which is always an interesting mechanic. Like, I'm sure someone will figure it out, but
How can I invite?
typically I don't love when they add stipulations to making something more useful. I like it when they just make something more useful. Especially something that has kind of been not used a lot and underperforming in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? Okay, that's probably better than what I have, perhaps. Max life, max mana, increase energy shield. Surprisingly, it's not much better, but slightly. Because accuracy does nothing to us. Light radius is still one of the most pointless. Like, they just need to remove it completely, in my opinion. And attribute requirements is another one that's can be useful, but mostly, you know, nobody is typically really excited to see reduced attribute requirements as a affix. I've never done this before like this. I didn't even know you could do that. If you hold down shift when you have it picked up, you can just start like individually placing them. It's interesting. Use when you become stunned. Which usually is what I go for, but well, let's see what it gets first. We'll try it. I don't know why I picked that up.
Young one, I will tell your tale.
Then Amis go there. Okay, are we done? Wait, there's still something left for Act 2, right?
The Ferryden have it as we speak.
We will have
Oh yeah,
our
the Dreadnought.
justice.
Dude, I fucking hate this guy. This will be a good test for Sork. This has always been one of my least favorite fights in the game.
We now have their trade. They will
Here,
not escape.
I'll be right back. I need to grab my thing.
Stay with me, don't tell me no. Take my hand, I'll pull you close. I'll do it every time.
I like the name the Burnt Peanut has for these. 6 milli delights. But also, Shadow, how do you feel about the Chaos Fire? Does it feel like it's performing well?
For glory.
Because it's one thing to see something that sounds really cool versus like how it actually works. Does it work? And does it scale? Is huge as well. Okay, let's check vendors real quick. See if there's maybe some small improvements before we go into this shenanigans. So far, not looking great. Increase cold damage. Mana regen. We're not doing much fire damage. Like, we're rarely doing fire damage. So, is that 49% cold damage better than 38% spell damage with fire damage that we rarely do? I don't know. Probably not. TBH.
Stay inside.
Unfortunately.
Take your time.
Dude, this lady sucks for sword gear or like energy shield gear specifically. She honestly, she might just be like the worst vendor in the game, period.
Sands guide you.
Always. It feels like.
Yes. An outcast's truth. Farewell.
I am level 31. So we're at the party level. Just kidding. Like I said, I'm just going with the flow this league.
Must prevail, no matter what.
The Paladin will fall.
Okay, let's see here. I will say so far, like even just fighting these enemies, it feels pretty, doesn't feel too bad. Because I tend to be running into the same issue that we've kind of always had in this game, which is you just don't find enough gear improvements as you're progressing. Like you find 1 or 2 good items, and then those items you have to like carry for like 3 acts until you finally find something that's an improvement. So we're hoping that maybe we can have a little bit better luck in the next little bit to get some useful items. Finally finished my house chores. I can finally get some grind happening. Hell yeah. Dude, nothing better sometimes. Like there's this thing that I've been like, you know, cause like, especially when I was sick and there was like a time, you know, when I got hurt earlier this summer, when I like fucked up my hamstring, where, you know, you just have like more free time because you can't do a lot of the shit that you normally would do. I wasn't able to work as much and shit. So I was like, I was able to game more, but there is something about like being able to like get your shit done, and when you get the chance to come play game or like to come game where it like feels like you appreciate it more, you know? And that like, I don't know, it's more rewarding. And it's kind of, you know, the same thing where it's like, you treat your own shit better than you treat other people's shit because you had to actually work and pay for your shit. I guess it's that kind of, same kind of concept. Anything that like, you have to, like work towards or put like effort or time into is usually feels more rewarding and valuable. Oh, we are stuck. That's never a good spot. Yep, sure does, yeah. And it's weird because like in your head, you're like, well, I get a game more when I don't have shit to do. Like I get more hours to game, but then it doesn't feel good in the end still. Like it still feels better if you have 2 hours and you had to like you value that time more. Yeah, as always, survivability is still a tough thing early for Sork. Like, I haven't died yet, like recently, at least this stream. But there's been a couple times where all of a sudden I'm like, wait, I'm almost dead. Like, out of nowhere. Like, you take 2 hits from, like, a certain type of enemy. You don't dodge something properly. All of a sudden, you're in a bad spot. You can kind of use Asala to like block enemies from being able to attack you though, which is fun. And use like the tight passageways as well. Regal Orb, we take those. And plus, if you delay your house chores, you'll eventually going to have to do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially with like house chores. Well, with most things, if you put it off till later, it usually ends up being more of a negative, you know? I'd rather it not get, yeah. That's a smart thing to do. But see, me, I'm what you could call a professional procrastinator. It's definitely like a thing that goes in stages throughout my life where I like get way better at staying on top of shit and then like, but it's like something I have to constantly focus on. And I don't know if that's the same with everybody. I feel like I have friends where they just like, they worry too much about shit, so they they want to get it done soon, because then they don't have the anxiety. And I don't have that same like thing inherently in my nature. The issue I'm still running into with this setup is I have so many things I have to get out, like to cast, before my damage really starts to feel good. And so it's like keeping all that shit up at the same time can be tough. Especially when there's so much going on the screen. It's like hard to keep track of, like, do I still have my Orb of Storms? Did it die out? Do I have to cast Flame Walls again? Should I get Frost Bomb so it buffs my Spark? Is it off cooldown yet? So I'm gonna have to find a solution at some point and really probably try to like focus in my damage in one specific area, because I think I'm kind of spreading it out too much right now. Okay, here we are. I don't even think we found anything. This was the one thing we found, and it's not even like very Sork specific, or like I'm not going into invasion at all, so it doesn't really help me with that. And the other stats aren't great, so yeah. Tough.
You again. The fool.
Oh, I should put this point somewhere. Okay, so that gives us 20% chance to not remove elemental infusions, but still count as consuming them. So that could be cool. When it procs, it could be cool. Potentially. We'll have to see how it works in practice, though. I interrupted their voice lines, so now she's doing all the body motions, but none of the voice lines are happening.
The second one.
Dude, these guys are doing so much damage, these little fuckers. Okay, round 2. But this is where things come under more of like a time constraint, so... Oh, I did not dodge that properly. Or that. I got too much to cast, dude. I don't know why I can't get that one now. I think that one's always been kind of tough for me though. TBH. There we go. That was better. Our single target damage still just is not great. There we go. That one we didn't dodge, but... Okay, we're at an unfortunate time where we really need to start making some things happen, and it is not happening. Oh. Yeah, this might not work. Because if you let him get to that, where like he just has like every mechanic going off, it's pretty hard to stay alive. And we are just like, we're tickling him with our damage. Like, in a pretty sad way, to be honest. Okay, I need to figure out how to get Orb of Storms to cast way faster though, because that shit is slowing me down a lot every time I need to cast it. I'm trying.
Don't have time for this. Stand. Bend to my will. Impede my enemy.
Dude, cast. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. That wasn't. I'm kind of stuck in a weird situation here. Oh. Yeah, ideally I want to not get to this stage. But I don't know if that... I'm like not really even close. That's the problem. That's not good. That's not good. Because we don't really have a way of getting better gear. Fun thing here. And I don't know how to, how trading works now either.
Speak up.
So we might have to respec to put more focus into one thing or the other. 2, because you don't find any fucking lesser jeweler orbs till Act 3. So that's a real fun part. That's another cool thing that they still, I don't know why, haven't improved. And it's been a complaint forever. Lesser jeweler orbs should not be rare in a game. At the very least, you should be able to get all your skills up to level 3 sockets instantly, like after Act 1, I would say. I think Hex is hooking it up, but I appreciate it. Boo. I don't even know where these go. In here? Boom. Go. I appreciate it, Hex. Greater is for 2 exalted. Yeah, I probably should, because I have some exalted. I have 7. So like I said, I don't know, how did they change the trading system? Can you still just do trades the old way? Someone said it was like something that unlocked after Act 4. Like there's some trader that you unlocks now where you store your stuff you want to trade or something. I don't know how it works. Literally no idea. But this should help in the... like instantly, especially with like Spark and Arc, which are my 2 damage dealing abilities currently. That's the other thing. I should probably look at my supports, because like with Arc, I didn't really know where I was gonna go with it. So I was kind of testing some things out, but Pierce might not be... Yeah, this probably isn't a good... Like, for single target, it doesn't really make a difference anyway, but we're already chaining, so Pierce doesn't really matter. So that was probably stupid to do that. We'll probably add... Zenith is probably good, because my mana regen is really good right now. So that's probably a good one. Still do your trades via sending offers. You get invited. You can still do in-person trades before unlocking the trade thing, Act 4. Okay. Then the new option, new trader, you buy merchant stash, and you can list your items in the merchant so you can sell stuff without being online. Okay. Yes, yeah, I remember that change. That's actually, I'm so glad that they did that, because I was just like, it didn't make any sense. Like, if you have a perfect jeweler's orb, why do you have to invest a greater and a lesser? Back when, like, you know, because greater jeweler's orbs used to, like, have some value, and perfects were, like, a lot of value. I think it's gone down, because I think they increased the drop rates for all the orbs, but still. Shocking hits have a 50, that doesn't really help. Yeah, I think for this one, we do Zenith. And we take off Pierce. And we probably put... We haven't invested at all into crit. So even controlled destruction on Arc as well would be probably more useful than more useful than what we have. Yeah, that like those two just like doubled our damage on Arc, or close to doubled it. And then with Spark, I think we're gonna do... So we either do multi-shot, less skill speed, and 35% less damage. I don't know, or is it acceleration? Acceleration might be better, but the problem is they changed Spark so it can only hit an enemy every 6 seconds or something. 0.66 seconds. So I don't know if acceleration, I don't remember how I used to build out Spark, so maybe we just do Zenith on Spark too. Or we could do rapid casting, get more cast speed. You can buy stuff likewise with others, however, there's a small coin fee. Interesting. What do you guys think of the change? Oh, wait, what? Oh, so they made inhibitor work for infusions too. So 4% more damage per different type of infusion. Oh, they cannot consume them. Okay. Do they... Wait, what was the one for charges that made it so you don't consume it, but it still counts as if you consumed it? Does that still exist? What was that called? I don't remember what that was called. Yeah, I'm glad that they, like, especially the number one thing is that I want to use that trade system, even if it costs coins, which I think is just stupid because, like, why? You get what I mean? Like, it's just something to add to the game. They have the same thing in, like in every game, but like I think in Tarkov they have something where there's like vendor fees sometimes, or like trader fees for certain things, or like, oh, for listing things on the flea market, which is their trade system, you have a fee that you have to pay, and I'm like, why though? Because like it doesn't benefit the devs. So it would be one thing if it was like you have to pay real money, then I would think it was stupid, but it would at least make sense. Having fees associated with selling things in games that don't affect anything other than the player in a negative way don't make any sense to me. Yeah, I'm sure they're not bad. Like, the craziest thing is on Tarkov, as you know, Hex, sometimes you go to list something because you finally found something valuable and it costs more than you have in your inventory, more money, and you're like, I can't even list this thing to make money because it's more expensive. So yeah, but yeah, I've never understood that. This might actually, Rising Tempest might actually be good too, because we are using every different element, so that'd be 36 more damage. for each skill used recently of a different elemental type. Because we are using all 3 elemental types. So that could also potentially be a good one. Wait, so what does the deal 25% less damage, fire 2 additional projectiles, have 20% less skill speed? Okay, wait, let me look at this real quick. Because I haven't really got into the level 1, level 2 versions of things yet. I haven't figured that out really. Oh, so it reduces the damage penalty? But you get 2 extra projectiles. 2 extra projectiles means there's more projectiles hitting the enemy since there's a delay between how often each projectile can hit an enemy. So is that better? I don't know. We're gonna have to do a lot of testing, but I think right off the rip, the best thing is gonna be just something that's just flat damage, and then we figure out the nuances later on. So there was Rising Tempest, that's 36. Because I already have Controlled Destruction, so the other one I would do was Zenith, which is 30% more damage. So, in theory, Controlled Destruction or Rising Tempest would be more damage. Anyone have an inscribed ultimatum that does grant ascendancy points? I'll buy. Yes, if anyone has an inscribed ultimatum, because it has to be, what is it, like, what ascendancy are you on, Boo? Because doesn't it have to be 7 levels for ascendancy 2 and then 10 levels for ascendancy 3? Third, so it has to be 10 levels. Rising Tempest, Pierce 2, considered casting. Is Pierce... Oh, Pierce... Maybe Pierce is one that I use with Spark. But I feel like Prolonged Duration was also one that I used. So that you... So the sparks are out there longer. But I think Pierce is one of the ones I used. Considered casting. That could work. The only problem is... So when you have the infusion, it already reduces your cast speed with Spark. So I don't know how much that will affect it, but we could try it. Because 35% damage is pretty solid. Okay, so we're taking that off. Okay, let's do that. I think I'm gonna keep Prolonged. So we either add Pierce or Rising Tempest. Cause yeah, that's the problem with Sparks, is as soon as they hit an enemy, they die off, right? So we do Considered Casting or Pierce 2. Which, let me see. Oh, I don't even think I can get Pierce 2. Because that's a level 3 support gem, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Because, yeah, Pierce 2 is goated because there's no negative side effect. Right? You don't even get the damage negative. I can hook you up, sec. I owe you huge. 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 Because I think that makes it an easy choice. That might even make it better than having prolonged. Like, I might go with that setup that you were saying. Very least, see how it feels, you know? Let's get Spark up to
Spark projectiles bounce off
level 8 too. Gems. Oh. You put in Pierce and an extra one. Dude. Hex. Much love, brother. I appreciate it. Very kind of you, sir. Okay, we're gonna try your setup. We're gonna see how it feels. I think, like, at least bare minimum damage wise, it's gonna be better 100%. So we're doing controlled destruction, or no, rising tempest considered casting. I already have Pierce, so considered. Where'd it go? There it is. Then Rising Tempest. I think I might put Rising Tempest on here because Controlled Destruction was always goated. Like, I haven't built in to crit at all, so I'm probably not critting hardly ever anyway. But only getting the 25% more hit damage. Might be worse. Because, like, Rising Tempest, like I said, if I'm casting all three anyway... Let's just see if I... Oh, no, don't want to use the 3 for that, because I don't need to. Like, just off the rip, let's see if... I do want to see... When do you unlock... Because there's got to be a higher version of... Chain, right? There's chain 3, so where's chain 2 unlock? %40 less damage versus what's chain 1? 50%. So the difference isn't that significant. You're still losing a shit ton of damage from your chain. Chain 3 is 200% more times, but still 40% less damage. So yeah, I don't know. Chain might not be a good one to go with ever. Even with Arc, where you're chaining, so you'd get more chains, but yeah, that's a lot of damage you lose. Okay, Rising Tempest. Instead of Controlled Destruction, we're gonna try that. So 228. Initially, it's not gonna improve it, but we can keep these in our inventory too. Like if some of these don't feel great, we can always swap them out as well. After we fight the boss, we can test it. Okay, I gotta get back in there, otherwise my map's... Is there a waypoint right before this? Oh, there is, okay. No? Yeah, I have to work all the way back through, okay. That's fine. Well, damage is definitely better off the rip. I can tell. But it might still be an issue getting everything out there that... Especially to get the benefits, because now I need to make sure I'm doing every elemental type. And I guess that is the problem, because it's every skill you've cast previously, so I'm not getting all those benefits every time I cast it, because I'm not casting all 3 elements before I cast my next version of Spark or Arc, so that might be something that I wasn't factoring in. What just happened there? Because right now it goes up to 254. $275. Oh, but it... Wait, why did it go up so much? Oh, that was because I had the other thing? I don't know why it boosted so high for a second there. But that means... Okay, we might see... Because that's just going to be more consistent damage, but... But it doesn't seem like you get the huge damage increases as often. And that rare went pretty easy. And for some reason, it feels like we're also proccing the Archon ability more often, which I don't know what we changed to have that happen. Because that's not even connected to any of our support gems. Maybe not. Wasn't there a rare? Oh, there she is. She ran away for some reason. Another essence. Oh, a glass blower's bauble. Okay. Wait, let me see what this was first, too, because I did find this. Cast speed. Cast speed is nice, but not having any other increased damage isn't. Yeah, that's tough.
You again.
I think it's negligible.
Put it one way. Do you even know what?
I guess we could check it.
No matter. You'll find my king. far
Yeah,
more
we still
capable
lose damage.
of Geonor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an
Yeah,
end
like
to
stage
this
1, it wasn't too bad. But in stage 2, I just couldn't get enough damage to make it. Before he starts doing all of his different mechanics that just fuck me up. Why? This thing is so buggy. Getting Orb of Storms out has just been tough while I'm still trying to cast my other shit. Oh, and I haven't even been casting that either. That probably would make a big difference.
We're running out of time. End this. What are you doing?
Take the beast!
Okay, stage 2. Damage feels better, but it's hard to tell. Oh, I hate when I hit that on the accident. Okay, we got him frozen. Get all this shit out. Seems to be going better. Oh shit, I got stuck. No. Okay, we can't let that happen. Get out. There we go. Good work. Got him frozen again. But this isn't a... Once again, we're at a not great stage. Where he's doing way too many mechanics to feel happy or comfortable. No way, I dodged that. But I dodged the wrong direction, apparently. We need another freeze or something. Because we're so close. This is going way better than last time. There we go.
Asala. This is not over. Not yet.
Yeah. Weirdly, doing more damage helped my survivability too, because I think it was like
It's done.
proccing
The war is over. Return.
freeze quicker, obviously, but on top of that, also getting some like you know, where you interrupt his attacks a little bit. Not like real stuns, but it just felt like that definitely made a big difference. Cause like timing wise, I don't think I really killed him. Like I would have been dead before at that stage. But the like more sustainable damage somehow helped with that. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but it worked. So no, dude, I'm fine. Like just getting that stuff, I will always say I don't understand why it's so gated, progression gated to get like pretty basic stuff like lesser jeweler orbs and shit. Doom pull. Yeah, that's pretty insane. Wait, now they have solar orb as that never used to be on staves, right? But yeah, that's 135. Well, because the 35% of damage as extra fire damage is huge. But then 100% increased fire damage with 51% increased critical hit chance and critical spell damage is pretty solid. And that's a lot of mana too. 229 is also a lot. A lot's a lot. So that's sick. And then this is where the other argument comes in about having like some form of, because like I never liked it in D4 where the only gear you could find is class specific gear, but I think that having like an increased chance of class specific gear dropping might be beneficial, because then you fight that act boss, and what I got out of it was evasion gloves, a crossbow, quiver, and a forked spear. So we got 3 rares, which is great, but none of that helps me. But you know, I can work the trade market. But any game that
I am a god.
pushes you to outside sources
It was I who all I can the twilight there
for progression, I never think is the best way to do it. What is fulmination? While active the first time any skill hits a shocked enemy in your presence, that skill also hits other shocked enemies in your presence up to a maximum. That's interesting. 76% less damage is shit, but it's an interesting concept. This other shit though, increased spirit, solid, increased attack speed, increased critical damage bonus, and increased cast speed. Those are all solid too. Oh, and the added lightning damage. So I guess that kind of counteracts all the lightning damage you're losing from this shit. Like in theory, I don't know. It sounds interesting. Definitely working with that. I keep getting scepters. First divine for Boot. Hell yeah, Boot. Congrats, brother. That's sick. First of many, sir. First of many. Okay. Wait, I don't use the map. I have to talk to her to do it.
Yes, until then.
The beast has grown too powerful. We can no longer contain it through mortal means.
Yeah, he has. Agreed. So, Jazz, I was running around today with both my heralds off. Dude.
Exile is close.
I wish they would add something like heralds for Sork, because that's another thing that has always been kind of like soft spot, or that's not even the terms, like something I'm salty about, whatever, is that the spirit shift for Sork is so bad that like when I first got my first spirit gem, and you're like, you know, with every other class, you're like stoked about it. You're like, now I can get my heralds. Now I can get this. Now I can like start like really seeing damage or start seeing something. It's like, okay, you can have ice armor or more mana remnants. And you're just like, okay, well, neither of those are exciting at all. And then even as you go higher, they all suck. Like they just need something with spirit to make it useful for Sork. Because nobody, let's be honest, nobody gets excited about more survivability. Now, it might be nice at certain points in the game, but like, nobody gets excited about it. You get excited about damage.
I will tell your tale, Jingak. Return someday.
I realized when I was at my hideout.
Tell it in
Salty.
my face.
Wait, who's salty? Dark? Whomth? Just did the third ascendancy for me and Morg? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, Jazz. Boo was looking for a token. I called it out. Oh, dark is salty. I thought you were saying I was salty. That's the good thing, though, I will say, about my level of, like, obsession with Path of Exile now, is that I am not, like, super worried. If someone shows up and they have 150 divines and they're, like, got all meta gear, I'm like, dude, sick, congrats. Whereas before, the dark thoughts start coming in, you know? Should I set up another one? I have so many streams muted. No, you're good, Jazz. I was just fucking around. Okay, I was gonna talk to her so you can disenchant this shit that is useless. That might be decent. They're all low tier roles, so like I feel like I'm so far behind people that nothing that I find is probably worth hanging on to, at least for now. Much faster. This one I'm probably gonna keep for a second. I don't know. The problem is that most of the shit I'm gonna get, like, I'm probably not gonna throw exalts into, so if I'm not gonna throw exalts into, it's probably not worth keeping, right?
Young one. Do not wander.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. 5. Sure. Ooh, what level? Check guild stash. One might be better for you to use until you get a better one. Okay, Hex, I'll check. Let me see. Well, it's definitely better. We're gonna have to see how, if I can handle the mana, but we can make that work. The skill levels is an interesting one because I don't know if I've passed the threshold where you get more from skill levels than you do from just flat damage, but getting as extra fire damage and then having cast speed is also kind of big for me right now. Like, cause we're having some cast speed struggles as of late. Actually, I'm gonna hang on to this for a second and then we'll see if I can sustain mana. That has been another good thing so far with my build, is I haven't really run into mana issues yet, which is something that tends to happen with Sorc and elemental casters typically, so that's been nice. Thank you again, Hex. I didn't mean to cast 2 of those. Seeing a little bit of mana. But I haven't got to the point yet where I can't cast, so not an issue yet. Because that's really the driving force. Got a rare bitch over here. Hey, rare bitch. That was easy. Did they change the way this map like progresses? Because it feels different. Or am I just tripping? Oh, I forgot about that skill. Watch out. I didn't do a good job avoiding it that time, but... Oh, that's... I think I was getting, like, cock-blocked on him. Because I think I was... If you cast it too close... Yeah, see, if you cast it too close to something, it'll, like... Like, it happened on this thing once, but now it's not happening. But it was like it wasn't casting. That's interesting. Slug Life, now your name is La Gringo? What? Remember when you changed it last time? Oh god, I hate these rotting Hulk bitches. Yeah, PC crashed on Xbox? Wait, what? I'm no mathematician, but that doesn't add up. Oh, Ricky, do you know the market keybind? No, I have no idea. Jazz. I'm having too much fun to go to bed. Oh, hell yeah. Have a witch I'm bringing up as an alt, still act 1. Ornament Ghosted gave me a ton of gear. I'm on easy. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, didn't have login. Okay, I see. What he really means is he got banned in a bunch of chats. Just kidding. Even though that is the first thing I think of when someone makes like a new account. I'm like, uh-oh, they've been a bad boy. Oh, 2 rares right next to each other? Pardon? See, now if it wasn't for Hex, that would have been my first lesser. Seems too late in the game. IMO. Even though it's technically half a half a map earlier than you used to first get it. Even though that wasn't a guaranteed one. That was, I guess, just luck, I guess. No, I didn't. I trolled one turd. Are you a Guna? Pardon. I guess it depends on context. I will say I am a big fan of games having skins that are sexy, so I would say that probably puts me in a category adjacent. At a bare minimum. Rogue TV, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Oh, she has temporal bubble. Oh no. So much poison. Get out, get out, get out. This is so stupid. There it is. Take that as a yes. Hey, take it however you'd like to. I don't know. I think it's like one of those words that I feel like kind of has a semi-negative connotation behind it, or maybe as time goes on it becomes more negative. I don't know. But we definitely like our scientist posters in Escape from Tarkov, that's for sure. Oh. Okay. Just a little hiccup. It's weird. We get those random hiccups every, I don't know, like once every hour. What's up, Astro? It's all positive for me. Dude, there you go. Perspective. Perspective is everything.
A traditional place.
I get frame drops in Act 4 town going around one specific corner. That's fun.
What kind of stunt I can buy when...
This one.
Hello there. In any case. Until next time.
This woman is curious.
I will say, like I said this earlier, but it does feel like optimization so far feels better than it used to be. Now, you're always gonna get issues in town because you have all these like different character effects and a bunch of players gathered together in a small area where like shit like that, that doesn't really bother me. I mean, like, but just like the super abnormal like frame drops in the middle of a map, as long as that shit isn't happening, I'm not like, you know, I see it as a positive. I don't know why. I think some of this shit I just pick up as I'm like progressing through. That's a decent start to Scepter. 61 increased damage. The cold damage kind of sucks, but it has potential, I feel like. Perhaps.
She knows how to part fools from their coin. Clever.
Maybe. It did seem like we were able to maintain damage, all right. Frostwall is another one that I'm kind of interested in using. Does it generate... This isn't a generator. But if we're trying to go into Arc more anyway, then we don't need a frost generator. And like, well, Frostbomb is giving us elemental exposure. Oh, I need to level this up too. I didn't realize that the thing is gated, level gated. Because what level am I? So yeah, if I'm gonna keep using it, I gotta level it up. Not too much. Literally nowhere else. Yeah. Hey, 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 hey. Are you playing D4? No. I will say I have maybe somewhere between 0 and 1% interest in going back to that game in its current state. And I'm not trying to be a dick. I don't see myself ever... Like, I don't even know if at this point they could make changes that would make me interested in that game again. Because, to be completely honest, I'm kind of like a little off ARPGs in general. Now, PoE2, I think, is by far the best on the market anyway. But we're giving it the old college try. We're gonna get to endgame. We're gonna do all the things, see all the changes with Sorg, and then go from there. I said it earlier in the stream. That's my plan. I'm not gonna make any promises one way or the other. But I will say I'm more in today than I was last week, so. Because I wasn't even guaranteeing that last week, so. We'll see. Blackwood is ass. Okay, I've not touched it in a long time now, yeah. And now that I'm on Linux, I will not try, yeah. Yeah, I don't have any intention to go back to D4. Like, I feel like they blew their chance of getting players like myself and a lot of other people who were like, still had hope for the game once Season 6 happened. Because Season 4 was their chance. They brought a bunch of people back, and it was like they were making positive changes, going in the right direction, it seemed. And then Season 6, with the expansion, and not to mention it being a paid expansion on top of everything else, and then just like since then, I feel like everything has kind of been straight downhill, it feels like.
Chains.
Okay, we'll just keep our setup for now. We might have to switch things up later, but because like Frostwall, I'm just trying to think. In theory, Frostwall seems cool. Help with freeze buildup. And it does help in like tough situations. You can kind of block off enemies. And then I do want to see the lightning explosion that happens when it's lightning infused, because that could be sick. But we'll wait till we get another level 9 skill gem before we consider it. So that's 4 to 68 lightning damage when it's lightning infused. The other thing is if I'm using the lightning infusions, they're not going into arc, so that's another thing to keep in mind.
Arc. Arc chains bolts of.
Okay, and then we're probably gonna do this because I want to put what is the one called that's increase cast speed now? Rapid casting. I think I want to put rapid casting on that. Oh, I'm not going to use a level 3. Okay, we're going to have to find... Well, that'll be easy. Oh, and we got this. Which anything that has charges per second is usually a W for me. Yeah, Tarkov player, dude. I will say it's definitely not for everybody, but now I understand why everyone says don't play it. And it's not because it's a bad game. I'll just say that. Where did I use to? Oh, trial coins. Okay, there we go. I put some skill gems and lesser jeweler orbs in the guild chest. Hell yeah, Crimson. That's actually huge. Because, like, I was just talking about it. I was at Act 2 boss. I always forget his name. And I couldn't. And I'm like, okay, gear, you know, you're not getting gear improvements very often. But at the very least, you should get a couple lesser jeweler orbs. Like, it's just like one of those things that it's like, and so then Hex hooked it up with some lesser jeweler orbs, and all of a sudden, I beat him first try after that. I'm like, see, if you just had 1 or 2 drop as you're progressing, like in Act 1, or have like a guaranteed drop in Act 1 or in Act 2 somewhere. And then, you know, like, they're not valuable. Like, I get it with perfect jeweler orbs and even graders, not having like guaranteed drops or whatever. But with lessers, it makes a huge difference early. And I don't know why they're still tough to come by. So what build are we going for? Tell me how to say your name, because now I'm like all in my head about it after Just was saying that it's from Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm pronouncing it wrong. Kiaba? Is that what it's supposed to be? Jaman-Ra. Yes, Jazz. So yeah, Kiaba, I am not going for a specific build. I'm trying to test out these new things that they added for Sorks, specifically the elemental infusions. So I've spec'd a lot into, like, because the elemental infusions, they count as remnants. So 15% chance for remnants you create to grant their effects twice. So that means you're getting double the damage. It's only a 15% chance, but hey. And then, like, skills have a 10% chance. With all these, it goes up to 20 to not remove elemental infusions, but still count as consuming them. Because I think they have a lot of potential. Like with Arc, it gives you 200% damage if you cast it with an elemental infusion. So the more that I'm creating them, and the chance that I'm not using them when I'm casting it means that, like, I think it could lead to Arc having a ton more damage. And then, like, the Archon, this is a whole new thing they added for Sorks as well. I don't know if I'm gonna stay with Ice Archon. I might go to Lightning. The only reason to stay with Ice is because you get the crowd control. But with how much they've nerfed freeze, and like, yeah, you can freeze an enemy once, but especially bosses, freezing them twice is going to be tough in one fight. And then you're definitely not going to freeze them 3 times unless you like are speccing into freeze build up a lot, which means you're losing damage other places. So it's like, is that really worth it? Or do I go into Lightning Archon? And most of my damage abilities are already lightning based anyway. And it should be easier to proc Lightning Archon more often than it is with the Ice Archon. Based on testing so far, Ice Archon seems to have like a cooldown, even though it doesn't say it should have a cooldown.
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
I don't know about
What's
that.
the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody
Artie.
calm down. No.
Good to see you, my friend. How was your stream? Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Here, let me, boom. How are you feeling about the league so far? And what are you playing? And how's life? All of the questions. Yeah, and that's the thing, is then like you get to the point where they start dropping all the time and it's past the point where you need them. You get what I mean? So it's like they never drop when they're actually super useful, and then when you get past the point of their usefulness, they start dropping like to an annoying amount where you're just like, I wish I could turn 200 lesser jewelers into a greater because I'd do it. And that's my issue with it. Tarkov, the best and worst game at the same time. Exactly. But Hex, I think the reason why it's people who've played it and who are into it say it's the worst game is because they know that deep down it's the best game if they really tried. Like if Battlestate really put in the effort, like it's got all of the makings to be the best game ever. But they need to fix anti-cheat. You know, they need to fix a lot of like the bugginess and shit like that, which, you know, 1.0 is coming up. So it's all going to be done by then, you know, because why not, right? But you know, deep down, it's there. The best game ever is there somewhere. It's just, there's a lot of shit on top of it that doesn't need to be there. Okay, I think what I'm gonna try real quick, and we'll just see how it goes. We might switch this back, but we're gonna go out of Ice Archon and go into the Lightning one and see how that feels, and if it's proccing more often. And we'll test that one out. Are you running Deadeye in this? As a Sork? I don't think you can do that as a Sork unless I missed something. Stream was fun. Set up my first quant area of the season. Oh, on your maps. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm so far behind everyone, so I apologize. I just got to Act 3, so hell yeah. I got sick this week. Didn't play hardly at all. I think I just did like my Ascendancy and the Valley of Titans. And then that's where I've been stuck. Or that's just like where I was at when I started stream. And then I get stuck like right now. I like talking to chat when I can. You know what I mean? So I probably prioritize that over progression, which some people might not love, but that's just the way it's always gonna be. Yeah. Yeah, so like Deadeye I've heard is like once again probably the best in the game, even though correct me if I'm wrong, was best last league too, so that's fun. But Ranger does look fun to me. Like the changes that they made for Ranger seemed really cool. Like I would want to do a Poison Ranger. I don't, what even is the other one other than Deadeye? Is there another Ascendancy? Because like I feel like Ranger has kind of turned into Merc now, where there's like only one Ascendancy that anyone ever plays anyway. Oh god. Yapping over progression, exactly. I'm playing as a poison oh! Dude, right there, Pathfinder. Artie just proved the point wrong. Guys, if you haven't followed Artie Princess yet, he's a really awesome dude. Mainly plays ARPGs. Always chill vibes. Grinding. Helpful. Like, yeah, so I recommend it 100%. Yeah, Pathfinder, yep. I read that a second too late. How does it feel so far? Cause like what are the big benefits you get from Pathfinder? Cause did I ever do Ranger? I think on my hardcore SSF I made a couple Rangers at some point, but I don't think I've ever like got all the way to endgame with a Ranger. Still in Act 1, haven't played since launch day. Have you not played because you don't enjoy it, or just because you've been so busy? Rue, also welcome in, good to see you, as always. Tactician Merc. Dude, I'm definitely down, Dark. I have no idea what it entails, but I'm definitely down. I do want to try to figure something out with this Sork first. Like, what I want to do is get to endgame and see if it's possible to make, like, if you can scale damage with the skills that I'm using and shit. And if it's not, then it doesn't really excite me to play Sork, even with this new shit, if you have to build it the exact same way that you've always had to build it. Dude. Temporal bubble has got to be one of the dumbest things in the game that they need to remove instantly. Oh, we got a cat talisman though, which sucks. But it's our first talisman, so we'll take it. Double poisons. Oh, dude, that's what I want to play if I play Ranger, because that was what I was most excited for with the Ranger changes, was in their preview for the season, for the league, them saying that they changed the way poisons work for a Ranger. I didn't know that that was for Pathfinder. So if I play Ranger, that's what I'm playing, because that's what makes me excited. My favorite, like, I love elemental casting, and if I could, I would take the skill Frozen Orb from Diablo 4 and put it in this game, and Frozen Orb is the greatest skill that's ever existed in my opinion. At least visually and like functionally. They've just never made it good in D4, and now D4 sucks. So I wish I could just take it out and replace whatever the Frost Orb or that stupid skill in this game is with that from D4, because I love that skill. But aside from that, like Chaos and Poison has always been like one of the coolest like concepts and elemental, you know, things to me. But like in a lot of games, they just haven't figured out how to make it useful and how to make it good. And so when I saw that, that they had changed the way that you can do poisons, I was like, okay, now I'm in. To see if it actually works. Cause like Peaconk was never super exciting to me, just the way that functioned. But like being able to actually use poison skills and have it stack and make damage and shit is solid to me. Maps feel close to season 1 Spark at this point. Are you playing a Spark build though specifically? Like, are you building it like the old Spark? Cause I'm not interested in that, to be honest. Like, if I'm fine with even if Spark is still like the main ability, but if I can build it using elemental infusions and using other mechanics that they added, instead of just like, you know, specking straight into pure power and then going into arcane intensity and, you know, all the same ones that we did in season 1, because that's just not super interesting to me. And if that's the case, like if that's again the only Sork build that like can really solidly do endgame content, then I'm just not even gonna keep progressing with Sork, because it's good to have at least one build that's good. But that's been my problem with Sork all along, is that you need diversity in builds, and they really haven't had that since launch. So some parts, but with infusions and lightning archon. Okay, that makes it more interesting. I might try to do that same thing with Arc and see if I can make that work. Like Rue, I've not gotten past Act 1 either, but now that I'm not in D4, I'll be dropping into... Oh, hell yeah, Astro. I love to hear that. I'm actually not following a guide, but wish there was a guide for what I want to do. Is that for the Ranger build? Just had a busy week. I'm also afraid I'm going to miss something from not playing point 2. Like, wasn't there something about taming a beast? Yeah, I don't know how important that is now, Rue, because they kind of like that skill wasn't necessary, or wasn't only for Amazon or for Huntress, but it was like part of the Huntress tree, whatever. And then they nerfed a lot of the Huntress stuff. Like, I honestly don't think I've heard one person who's come in and said they're playing Huntress, so because it was so strong last league. I think it's the ebbs and flows of all these games. Like when fucking the Jungle Monk, whatever it was called in D4 came out, and then that was like so broken, and they're just like, oh, we're gonna leave it this way, and it kind of destroyed the whole season. And then they nerf, and then they have to start buffing it, like they nerf it into the ground kind of, and then they slowly start buffing it back up to find where like the solid even point is. So I think that's kind of what's happened with Huntress. But yeah, that thing isn't like the tame beast mechanic is not a priority 100%. Grenade ballistas, explosive shot, or whatever it's called. That one ice one. Galvanic shards, is that the one? I was gonna go with Spark Deadeye, but switching to Poison Pathfinder. Oh, hell yeah, Astro. Using galvanic shards. I'm sure Arc works as well. Spark is just nicer. Yeah, like... Ideally, I want to find a way where I can still use Spark, because like Spark is really good for clearing, but if there's a way where I can have Spark for clearing and Arc for like bossing, because Spark has never been amazing for bossing, now you've been able to like find kind of ways to make it better for bossing. but I'm interested. It's definitely something I want to mess around with 100%. Beasts are still very good, really? Yeah, I haven't watched a ton of people playing like I did the previous leagues where I was like watching all, you know, like I was watching Rax nonstop and watching fucking Barricade and watching like all the main dudes. I haven't done that as much this league, or like hardly at all, but I have watched some videos, like YouTube videos and shit, and I haven't seen like a ton of stuff like Beasts, Tame Beasts, or like Huntress at all, so. It's a bit rough because I have no idea what I'm doing. Stack damage and reload. Also, I've heard the deflecting on the Ascendancy is great. I can't get my third yet. Most people that use Huntress use it similar to a Deadeye build. Okay. Oh, because that's what they nerfed, right? Is the Ascendancy where you can like have unlimited... You can keep stacking accuracy for critical strike chance. Now they like capped it. And that alone, like, kind of destroyed the build a little bit. Most people, oh, I already read that one. Deadeye, from what I've played last season, was pretty solid for speedrunner. Oh yeah, yeah, Deadeye was always great for that shit. Like I said, I felt like last league, Deadeye ended up being the best build anyway. So it's ironic if it's once again, or like the best Ascendancy, because even for the Huntress abilities, it seemed like Deadeye was better at it than Huntress was. Yeah, so it still feels like, does anyone know? Because like on the skill, it doesn't say that there's any cooldown for Archon, but every Archon seems to have cooldown. So is this like a hidden mechanic, or am I missing something somewhere? Because when I was using Ice Archon, it wouldn't proc every time my energy shield started recharging. And now that I switched to Lightning Archon, it's definitely not proccing every time I'm using as much mana as required. Maybe I'm just not using enough mana, I don't know. Like maybe if I just like continue casting all the time, we'll see. Even when there's enemies not around, see how often we can get it to proc. But it's, I feel like I've definitely used 100%. Okay, there it just procced again. So that could be what's happening, I guess, in theory. We also haven't found an abyss crevasse recently. Dude, this guy hits like a fucking truck. I'm just happy that Sork even has. Oh yeah, no, I agree, Doom. Like Sork is my favorite, has always been my favorite. I've always been a big fan of elemental casters. So like, even if it's not perfect yet, the fact that they actually addressed it and are like, you know, adding the elemental infusions, which is something I never even considered as like a potential solution to the issue of like the skills not being all that interesting. But now you get these like interesting interactions that happen with the elemental infusions that now all of a sudden skills that I never even cared about, I'm at least excited to test them, which is a far cry from where I was last league, where I was like, why does every ARPG just hate Sorks? because that's what I felt like for a long time. And they're addressing things, which means that it's at least in their thoughts. Even if it isn't perfect yet, I trust GGG to, you know, find a way to make it, you know, to continue making it better, so. Doing an iShop build. There's no one playing Huntress, but builds like Rarity bots and Banner bots have Tame Beasts. Oh, okay, cool. I went Electro build, but didn't finish Act 1. Does say you can't refresh it for... Wait, where does it say that? Because I swear to God, I was looking at it on my passive tree. Lightning Archon grants cannot deal non-lightning damage with spells. Hits with spells have 100% more shock chance. Then we can try going to this. There was another one that was Archon specific somewhere. Where was that one? Oh, like that. Buff duration. Archon recovery period. Okay, so see, and this is the thing that I feel like should be under the definition of Archon. You cannot gain any Archon buff while you're... Okay, by default, each Archon buff lasts 10 seconds, but will be removed early. You cannot gain any Archon buff while you already have one, or during a recovery period after you lose one. Okay, so yeah, you definitely need to spec into these if you're gonna try to use Archon. Like, probably both of these, because having a longer duration and a shorter recovery period is huge. But that is not evident with the base description. It doesn't say anything about a recovery period or anything about duration or anything. And you can't even click on this other, like, it doesn't even bring anything up when you try to go to the Archon buff from here. Which is also strange, because usually in other skills it does. But now that I know that, makes a lot more sense. Are always a random element. That's interesting. That could be semi-useful. I guess depending on what you're doing with it, but... Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, Doom, but for some reason it's not working for me. Because it like goes on Lightning Archon, then I can do this, and then it won't let me go into the Archon buff specifically. But if you go over here, it actually explains what the Archon buff does. Which I was trying to find this whole time. So now that you let me know that, that's good to know, because I'll probably respec some of this other shit to get over to there, because hitting those quicker is probably gonna help. And like, some of these are semi-useful. I just don't know how useful that is yet. Or this one. Because it's only a 20% chance that you're gonna use one but not consume it. And a 15% chance that it grants their effects twice, which I don't know if the remnants... Like, it kind of depends. I feel like you probably end up having to spec into one or the other to really get the most out of it. Like, fully go into remnants, or spec into all these. Perhaps. Because, like, eventually you probably want to go into some of the traditional ones, like Pure Power and shit. So I don't think you have enough points. But I could probably remove some of this shit down here, too. Like, I was just speccing into this as I was progressing, but we could probably move out of some of that as well. I don't know. We'll have to mess around with it. Raw Bones? Dude, what's up, Raw Bones? How are you? Ice Wall all the way, dude. I love... I've been considering going into Ice Wall. Because, like, with the elemental infusions, it seems like it could be cool having the lightning explosion and such, but... we're gonna keep going with what we have, like, the skills we're using right now, and then... once we get some better gear and a higher level and shit, we might start messing around more with some of this other shit. Because there's so many changes they made that there's like I said, I'm excited for Sork specifically, which I haven't been since Season 1, League 1. And even at League 1, I wasn't that excited once I realized that the only build that works really was Spark. Now, if you had like some really insane meta gear and had hundreds of divines to either trade for it or just had the most insane RNG ever, you could make some other like decent builds, but it was really just Spark or nothing. So I'm excited for the potential. Yeah, Alexi, I agree. Wipe 2.0 from our head. Actually, base is 20-second duration. No, you're good. Yeah, no, just giving me that info helps a ton, though, Dune. Because I've literally been looking for it since I figured out about the Archons altogether. So now that I know, it lets me know where I should start working towards. And like some of the focuses I should be putting on things. I will say these abyssal things are kind of insane. Like especially early on, like the amount of monster density and shit is pretty intense. It's a cool mechanic that they added. I definitely like it. And the fact that they added crafting mechanic to go with it is also solid. Because I think the more crafting and ways to like take some of the RNG out of it makes it feel more feasible for like most people. Like even me, when I played League 1 and I played like, what was it, like 1,000 hours in the first month, I like rarely found any of the really good shit. And like every time I tried crafting with those old crafting mechanics, and never worked. And that was someone who was like grinding the game non-stop. Imagine just like regular players who couldn't play like that. That was pretty solid. Another cat talisman. We're on our way, boys. I think I forgot to open that chest up here. I think I just got distracted killing enemies. Also, who uses sprint? Like, I'm glad they added it to the game, but like, some of the mechanics are still a little too goofy for me. Like, how much control you lose over your character. Like, not to mention, yeah, I think the stun thing is fine. Like, if you get hit by an enemy, you get stunned, I'm fine with that. But more so about like the lack of like your movement ability, like your sense of like choosing the direction that you're moving is more troublesome for me personally. So it looks like these things still aren't amazing. I think having the affix of contains identified items should be removed. Got a couple rings. That's something. That's nice. Take rings. Yeah, the unveiling, because that is a crafting mechanic. You're putting stats on gear. You're crafting stats, right? Or am I off base with this? I use it a fair bit. I just grabbed an OP jewel. Hell yeah, Just. Hell yeah. Love that. I'm always fine. I'm fine with long messages. Sprint is awesome for hardcore. Gives you a chance to play multiple characters. Oh, hell yeah, XS. Sprint all the time now that I've had some time to get used to it. Yeah, maybe that's my problem, is I'm just not very used to it yet. You know, I didn't really understand the hype about crafting, but when you think about realistic options for ARPGs, you either need unlimited loot drops like D4 or a crafting system that lets you take things that drop and fine-tune them. I'm excited to try crafting useful stuff because point one, I never found anything good, and like you said, crafting, yeah, 100%. Now there's like, it's still RNG, but instead of it being like one chance with one item, now you get like 2 or 3 chances with one item. And then if it doesn't hit with that item, you get 2 or 3 more chances with another item. So like, you know, and just like having like, okay, this is a guaranteed thing. Do you want that on there? It might take the place of something else that could potentially roll there. So is it worth taking that spot? You know what I mean? And stuff like that. But like having some form of deterministic crafting is the term that they use, is I think good. And the more crafting mechanics, like it's gonna make the game more complicated for newer players and less accessible, obviously, but you know, it's already a pretty complicated game. So like if new players are probably, you know, and once you start learning it, you're gonna fall in love with it and then want to learn all the other stuff anyway. That's what happened with a lot of PoE 2 players who were kind of done with last league when the new update for PoE 1 came, and they knew nothing. They had no experience with PoE 1, and people like went back to PoE 1, learned everything about PoE 1, and a lot of people were like, dude, PoE 1 is so much better than PoE 2 in terms of like the complexity and the crafting and like the variation of meta builds, and you know, like even having like more deterministic map tablets and shit like that. So yeah. I paid 2 Exalted for one and 38.9 for the second. I got sword gear for you when you get a little more leveled. Hell yeah, Krim. I appreciate that, brother. I gotta get my thought out at once or I'll lose it. Dude, I'm the exact same way. Oh shit. There you go. Dude, that superior studded Targe? I know, right? I would say that was pretty fair. But seriously, thank you so much. Wait, who is this? Who is Tits Out again? Tits Out, watch out. Is this you, Just? Yeah, this is you, right? Yeah. I appreciate it, guys. I really do. Thank you so much for everybody who's like helped me out. Like, that's pretty solid. It's a shit ton of armor. But compared to that, it's a pretty big improvement. You know what I mean? And I get some chaos res. I don't think I had chaos res anywhere. Some of this stuff I have to level up, or I have to get leveled up first. But like, that's huge. Cast speed, lightning damage, fire damage, or I guess that's 2 attacks. But just the lightning damage and cast speed alone with 50% light res is huge. So that's goated. But it's always cool to have stuff that you're excited about to level towards, you know what I mean? Streamers are always giving away the god tier stuff to followers. Dude, and that's the thing, is like, that's the one part, and I don't know if you're goofing, because like, people always say streamers just get like given all the best shit, and so they have like an advantage over other players. If you don't like it, start streaming. That's all I'll say, because I don't necessarily agree with that. And like, I think in previous leagues, I've tried pretty hard to give away anything that I have, whether it was divs that people needed or gear or whatever. So that's like the one thing I am kind of sad about, not like getting a jump on this league, is being able to help other people out. And now I'm the one looking for help. You know what I mean? Oh, Mayo. Omens will become so expensive they'll rarely be used, just like other seasons. Really? You think so? Even with like all the buffs they did to like Omen drops last league, you think that they're still gonna be so like... Well, because did they add a bunch of new Omens? Like, that's how far out of the loop I am. No, I was being sarcastic because of the shield. I love it. If you want, I can get you some jewels that'll help you. Dude, I honestly, I'm chilling. Like, I really do appreciate it. And, you know, we're only 1 act away. I want to get my trader person unlocked before I haven't even really looked at trading. Like, I have some exalteds. I could get some better shit, probably. But I want to see the new trading mechanic, because I really despised, like, I spent 1,000 hours in game League 1 in the first month. And then on top of that, I probably spent 200 hours on the trade site. Like, all I did that month was something to do with this game, and a lot of it wasn't even playing the game.
I'm carrying enough already.
So now that they have a better system, or seemingly better system, I'm excited about that. I need divs, Captain. Hey, as soon as I get them, they're coming your way, Jazz. They added reroll omens for crafting stuff. They already cost a lot. Oh shit. I linked some gear for you? That's insane. So is that. That's a shit ton of res to get from 1 belt. And that's huge. Because that's 87 increased damage, essentially. So yeah, that shit's crazy. You're gonna love Act 4? Are you being genuine, or what are people's thoughts on Act 4? Hit your button. I don't know what my button is, Jazz. Genuinely, okay. Act 4 is cool, interlude is ass. Okay. The actual slash. Oh, and it gives you options too. So anyone that's using in-person trade now with this new setup is trying to scam you. Because that's the only reason that you would want in-person trade. IMO. Is because they're gonna try to get more out of you than what they have it listed for. Or they're gonna try to fake you out and give you something that they didn't actually have listed. I gave up on Sork so you can have that gear. Oh shit, Krim. I actually liked Act 4 as well as the interlude. With that focus, all you need is like 10 exalts for a perfect essence of sorcery. What does that do? Because like I didn't even use a ton of essences before because they were so rare that like the perfect ones were crazy expensive, like all the good perfect ones. Interludes could have been better. Dude, I'm fine with interludes. Because guess what? At least we're not playing the same shit. That's all I gotta say. As long as I'm not playing Acts 1 through 3 again, I don't even care. It could be the worst story ever. It could be walking in a straight line, fighting enemies with no story for an hour. And that's better than playing through Acts 1 through 3 again. That's all I'll say. How much are those? Sounds good. How much are those? Oh shit. Oh yeah, that's insane. For focuses? Cause dude, a +3, like I remember in season 1, +2 focuses, like if it had good other stats, +2 to skill focuses were like crazy expensive. That was, I think, maybe the best drop I ever had was like a +2 focus with like lightning damage and spell damage maybe. And then it had like, you know, mana regen and something else. Like it was just like, but I think that was like the best thing that dropped for me. League 1. Can't use it till Act 4, but that's market. Hey, I like it. The crafting is crazy good now too. I've heard even newbies are loving it. Well, I like that they changed the way essences work. That's for sure. I think that system is way better than just like randomly giving you some shit. Okay, I need to get rid of a lot of my shit in my inventory. Let me destroy. I don't know why I picked that up. Or that. Okay, we're just gonna sell shit. That's faster.
Some pretty it's ideal.
Oh, wait. Okay, that's my old ring. We'll put that in the guild stash. This is the stuff I need to keep. Oh wait, this is my old sash too.
Don't drink the water.
Yes, I did Sekimas on my own. The f is that? How much are these? Are they not that rare? Because that's insane. I feel like these would be super expensive. 8 exalts? Okay. So now I owe just Crimson and Hex. I'm writing it down. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but at some point, I'm hooking it up. What's up, roast pork belly? Oh, this is a perfect time to do this too. I'll accept a cam bro fist. That's sounds like something that would be on the OnlyFans. Is this a new thing? There you go. But that I won't accept only that. So at some point, if I can, I will. Okay? If I can, I will. If you're looking for something and it's like, you know, or if I just have a couple extra divs sitting around, just toss them your way. Know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, this is what I was gonna do. Boom. Those are all the homies, y'all. Every one of them, amazing streamers. And a lot of them are playing PoE 2. So for the majority of you that are in here for PoE 2, yeah. Morgan, amazing, one of my best friends. Even though we only know each other from gaming and streaming, I care about her deeply. And is she streaming right now? She probably is, right? Because people were, and I saw she was online unless she got off. Oh yeah, she's live. And all of my homies. Oh, I need to change RHPs too. No longer RHP. No one call him RHP, okay? Even though that's the name we've known him from since we met him. He doesn't like it, okay? So he's yes mate now. Yes mate. But yeah, all amazing people. Recommend 100%. I rage quit PoE 2 and uninstalled. You never accepted my divs when I wanted to help. Just, I don't know what was happening then, but I'm not. Yeah. Usually I want to be the one who's giving shit out, not the other way around. You get what I mean? Because I don't want to fall into that stereotype that I was saying before where everyone's always saying, oh, streamers just get everything given to them. So it makes their experience so much easier. But this league, I don't give a fuck. So I'll give away everything. I'll take whatever. Because I don't give a fuck. If they're going to hate, they're going to hate. You going to do a poison? Dude, Crim, that's what I want to try. Reinstalled and trying again. I think, especially with you being so into PoE 1, I think that a lot of the changes they've made are going to be huge for PoE 1. Or like, they're going to make people who liked PoE 1 like this a lot more, too. Okay, I need to organize this stuff. I got you with a guild invite. Give me one sec. Okay, that's one we have to level into. If I keep all this stuff in one corner, or I don't even know what this is. I think that's just a random thing I found. Then I will remember that it all goes together. What does this do? Trash. Trash Bandicoot. Gone. We know you, bro. We don't care. Did you see my long? No. Give me one sec, Jazz. I'll go back up. I'll go back up. Give me one sec. Gems and jeweler orbs. Level should I have my third ascendancy? I just got mine at 70. Okay. Undergeared, but I do know what I'm doing in Sekima. Yeah, Jazz has always been goated with Sekima. Okay. Boom. Invite to guilds. Arakali's Lust. Supported skills deal 6% more damage with hits for each poison on the enemy, up to 30%. What is this? It says support. These are the, like, new unique support gems? That's insane. Okay, let me see. Jazz, you're saying your your 3-line message was your long message about ascendancies? Oh, by the way, you're gonna want a Sokka gem for your main skill eventually. Rakiata's flow. 20 divs, no problem. Easy enough. Okay, when I bring boot through this, if you want, I can tag you in. As long as y'all don't enter, I should be able to just slow kill it for your 6 points. I'm not gonna say no. But streamer privilege. The new unique support gems, look up. Okay, we're gonna look it up real quick. Rakiata's flow. Come on. Dude, I just went into Morgan's and resubbed, did my 8-month resub.
I'm already in the link.
And I didn't hear anything she said. Which is rude. Okay. Support skills that can cause damaging hits, causing those hits to treat enemy elemental resistances as inverted. I remember seeing this one. So that means instead of having 20% chaos res or something, it has negative 20, right? Oh, I don't know. They might have patched it just where I had you guys teleport out and then teleport back in when I was at the end. They might have patched it because I know that was not technically how it's supposed to work. But essentially what you do is you enter the chaos trial together and then you get through the first section and then you have them teleport out when you get to the guy and you pick the selections for the next section. They stay in town the entire time. Then you progress through the rest of Chaos Trials, and then you go up and beat the boss at the end. You know, the one that you need the keys for. And then you end up, you set up another TP and they teleport back in and get their ascendancy. But I don't know if it still works. I'd do it even if you weren't a streamer, bruh. You say that now, Jazz. We wouldn't even know each other if I wasn't a streamer. Kind of crazy, right? Now that you have like what, a 28-month fucking sub. Get one by tomorrow. I need 8 points. I only got 4 right now. Jazz got a div. Hey. Jazz got a div doing the ascendancy run. Okay. My map's probably already reset again. Worth it. Worth it. It did. This is like the 3rd time that's happened. I'm okay with it. We got some fucking amazing gear from some generous people. Or at least amazing gear for me. And gear that I appreciate, so. All right, I'm off. Forgot the footy was even on. Oh shit. Dude, I didn't even watch Thursday Night Football. Who won? Unless somebody doesn't want it spoiled, but I'm probably not gonna go back and rewatch it, so. But that is, you're good, Hex. Have a great night. Thank you for great day. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it as always. I know what footy you're talking about. If you call it footy, I know what you're talking about. You're in Australia. Little known fact, my dad lived in Australia for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years when he was growing up. Aussie rules, yup. Aussie rules football. It's like a strange combination of rugby, soccer, and football. I get, if you were showing it to someone who didn't know, they would say it looks the most like rugby, though. It is pretty similar. A lot of it is similar to rugby, from my perspective, as an American who doesn't play rugby or Aussie rules football. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I appreciate it, Hex. Always a pleasure, my friend. I agree. I can't tell the difference. Yeah. It's got a lot of similarities. Like, visually, it definitely looks similar, but then once someone explains to you, like, the big differences, it starts to make a little bit more sense. But yeah, from an outsider perspective, it is funny because it is like, you know, for some reason all those other sports weren't good enough, even though it probably existed, I don't know if before American football, but like, you know, I think American football is a relatively new sport in the grand scheme of like most sports, which is crazy because it's also like 10x more popular than any other American sport. Dude, just that ring, that damage ring, the only ring I was able to put on, I feel like this shit is way easier than it was the first time I cleared it. There it is. Snake venom. Survey. The best one is stun threshold, right? Right? I got a div. Hell yeah. Just. Golf claps. Golf claps are back. Jazz. Just. And wait, someone else got a div today too. Earlier. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Whoever else, golf claps. Golf claps all around. Boot did. Fuck yeah. Okay. 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5 seconds by something other than you. Interesting. Is that how it always was? Perhaps. But like, I remember you could just like spam Frost Wall on like bosses because they would like instantly break it, but it was building up freeze back before they nerfed freeze like 10 times. No, that's new. They didn't want us to spam them. Yeah. Well, it was goated before, but it kind of makes sense. I just wish that things weren't always nerfed in like unison. You get what I mean? Like, okay, you nerf freeze. That's fine if you don't want us to be able to freeze as often, but give us ways to still freeze even if it can't happen as often. And it feels like sometimes they just like nerf all of the things at once. It was like with Spark, when they nerfed Spark. And it's like, not only did they nerf Spark, but then they also nerfed Stormweaver, and they also nerfed fucking like all the mana nodes, and they also nerfed, like, it was just like, okay, just nerf how Spark functions, or nerf like one of those things that makes Spark work so well. But when you nerf it all, that means that Sork is horrible, like it was all last league. %24 of armor also applies to elemental damage. That's kind of sick. None of these rolls are great on a lot of the things, but it got like double rolls on multiple things, which is kind of cool. I don't know, maybe someone could use it. It seems interesting. Not great, but could be decent if someone wanted to. Put in the points. Put in the shit. I went stun, yeah. Oh, you were talking about, yeah, on the potions? Yeah, because I think, like, you think about mana regen, there's a lot of ways to get mana regen. You think about elemental threshold shit. That's like a mechanic I will never interact with. And if they force it to be a mechanic that I have to interact with, I'm probably, like, just not gonna play. Because I've always thought that, like, there's already enough to worry about that I don't want to have to worry about. You know, you have like resistances, energy shield, armor or evasion. You have like everything else that like, and that was like one of the things with point 2 that I think most people were like, are you kidding me? Did we need to add that? Where now you can like get frozen easier and to try to make like elemental threshold a thing, but I don't know how much of that they've kept since this league. Okay, so we want to start working over here. 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to there. These are new. That's interesting. Oh shit. There's a bunch of elemental infusion ones over here too. But if I'm gonna ever go into mind over matter, it would make more sense to go this way. Even though it costs more points. Then I feel like you end up, if you're gonna go into that shit, wait. Yeah, I don't remember. %10 chance when collecting to gain an additional elemental infusion of the same type. Dude, I found this new copyright-free playlist. And it's kind of goated. I really like some of these songs that have been popping up. Like, I just love the core concept of this song. I hope you're fucking miserable all the time. It reminds me of the Black Bear song. And it's like, I hope your whole life sucks. Without me, essentially. I just, you know, sometimes I love that, like, super, bitter, resentfulness. Because I can relate to that a little bit, you know what I mean? Even if it's only for a moment. And even though it's immature. Oh, fuck. Does he have a bigger arena? What the fuck is this? Now he's locked in? Oh, nope, nope, he can come out. He definitely can come out. Oh, no. Dude, stop swinging for a second so I can cast this curse on you. Okay, I need to kill all these external monsters first because he is... It's hard to focus on him and them. Oh. This doesn't seem like the best place to fight him in. Because I'm kind of blocked in by the corners. But his damage does not seem as crazy as it used to be. Because I got hit by his big slam and didn't instantly die, which never would have happened before. Got an exalted. Something. Just like that. Now we can start speccing into these and see. But we'll probably do a respec. Take like maybe these ones out. I don't know. 20% duration. But like, we don't need to be specced into this. We probably don't need that mana regen one still. We might keep that for now. So we could like spec from this direction and probably use less points. You get what I mean? Because that's only 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it's the same either way. I don't know. We'll figure something out. I don't fucking know, dude. If he hits that slam, he was insta-killing a ton when I ran through there. Yeah, he hit that slam on me more than once. Or actually, no, he only hit the big slam on me once, but it didn't insta-kill me, so. And I don't have like an insane amount of energy shield. I'm at less than 500. So I don't know what else. Maybe ice armor on top of energy shield is actually doing something. Ooh, exalted. I guess we're getting lucky on some of the exalteds. Like, you know, finding exalteds in Act 3 is still a nice little treat. We got a rare bitch. Not no more. Another rare bitch. That guy was way easier. Dude, I always hit that on accident while I'm trying to hit F. Damn it. We found the exit just to the wrong place. Mayhem. Embrace the mayhem. Orb of Alchemy, we take those. Take those every time. Boom! Just like that. It's gone. This better be worth it. It most definitely won't be worth it, but yeah. Nah, that was better than I anticipated.
How can
I forgot what's the point of this. Doesn't she just give you a belt or something? Yeah. Thanks. Not bad. Oh, dude, this is not my build. Benjamin, I'm only in Act 3, so I haven't even put together a build guide. I need to change that command, because that's from last league. But I can make a build guide for what I have so far, if you're interested, and I can post it tomorrow. Because I'll probably get it. I can work on it. Yeah, I don't have to work tomorrow. So yeah. Because I'm kind of just winging it. I have experience with Sork, so I have an idea what I'm trying to do, but I don't know if it's going to work in endgame. So I'm kind of just going with my instincts for now until I either stop doing damage and have to rethink things, or once I get to endgame and, you know, find some different gear or whatever. Dude, how am I going every wrong direction? How do I get an Estazunti idol? Dude, I have no idea what that even is. There it is.
The ground here is cracked and broken. What lives in these hives?
Hey. Dude, this is the one that spawns. Oh my god. I don't know when my health got so low. All of a sudden I looked over and it was like, I was almost dead. Oh, when you become, like, activate the Archon thing, it makes some crazy sound that I'm not familiar with, and it keeps happening, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it's weirdly similar to, like, the like, abyssal sound. So I keep thinking that they're spawning when they're not. All right, you ready? Dude, just found the waypoint. I'm so ready. Send me an invite. The Veil boss map thing? You gotta run a Veil map nearby somewhere and get it? That's all you, uppercase. Also, how do you spell your... How do you pronounce your name, Jazz? Because just out of peripheral vision, it looks like it says periphacy or something. Peripheously. So it's supposed to be like, because it is ironic that I said peripheral right before, because part of it sounds inspired by that. Do I gotta do anything here?
Perhaps here, by Vala, we can both be.
Wait, what is 5? Just stay in here. You got it.
Test me, great mother of the sands.
Oh, I guess you could have gone. I could have gone this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I guess it's the same. I didn't even notice this little shortcut up here. Hey, bud. Monkey man boot. Look at my jellyfish. Dude, like the cosmetics in this game are getting a little out of hand, I will say. We're like so close to being as absurd as PoE 1. And not in a good way, necessarily. What is that? Oh, fancy portal. Dude, I bought some of those. I had some extra, whatever the in-game currency is. And I bought some of their loot boxes. I think I bought like 14 of them or something. It was so ass. So ass. Just ran a Val City map. The boss dropped an idle thing that I was able to use to go in. So it's got to be a map with a boss on it then, right? I don't have you as a friend. And how is my friends list max size? What the fuck? We might have to filter some of this out. Do I have you added? Maybe that's why it... I don't have you. I don't know. I don't know how that's even possible. Well, I'm gonna delete someone. Because a lot of these people, I don't know who they is. That's Nexardo. I don't know if he's gonna ever come back to this game. The thing is with these names that I don't know, I'm like, well, if I don't know. It's FSK.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
What is this?
Calm! Wait. Everybody calm down!
Oregon. Dude, I came in and resubbed, but I had you muted. So I didn't hear anything and I didn't respond. I apologize. I just had to stop by. What's up, y'all? Welcome in. I'm Ricky Ransom. How was your stream, Morgan? How's your demon form? Your demon form going? Yeah, I don't know who this is. So unfriend. Because apparently my friends list is full, which is insane. Don't hit the touchpads, come in. What's a touchpad? Easy, dude. The crazy thing is I don't even know what I'm gonna go into. Be affected by 2 of your shocks at the same time. We're doing those ones. For sure. 50% to gain another different elemental infusion. Interesting. You create, reappear once, 3 seconds after being collected. That could be good. I think that's better. Perhaps. Did you get anything good, Jazz? Wait, so what ascendancy was this? So I get 2 more points, right? At some point? Okay, sorry. I got distracted. I assumed you did, LOL. So fucking good in the last interlude. Oh, I thought you were at maps when I was watching your stream. It was muted, but I was just watching with it muted. Been a long fucking weekend and I'm tired, dude. I feel you. And it was like 87 degrees here today, and I was, yeah, it was rough. But I'm sorry. It's been a long day, long week. Couple of zones in the interlude are like maps, okay. And yes, I got a div out of this, remember. Anyone can hook me up with a level 18 uncut gem. Just, if there's anyone in the chat that has an extra level 18 uncut gem, I'd really appreciate it. Cause I have like a level 4 uncut gem. I don't think that would help. Perhaps, perchance, per maybe. Couple of we should talk. Yes, yes. I know I've been so disconnected from everything, to be honest. But I'm getting good at Tarkov, so there's that. Pros and cons, right? Utang or Utang? IGN, Tom Petty. That's a great name too. Level 4. Smack. Okay, boom. Dude, that's what's great about PoE community. That there are things like that that I really miss. So, shout out you guys. All of a sudden, like 5 people hop in and are like, "Oh yeah, dude, I got you." That's goated. I really appreciate you guys. I wanted to finish, but I'm fucking exhausted. Dude, I thought I was gonna actually finish tonight. You want to know how much progress I made? I finished Dashar in Act 2 and the boss in Act 2, and I think I made it to... Where am I in Act 3? I've made it to like the 3rd zone in Act 3. So, kind of killing it. Ooh, free loot. Free loot. Free loot. Free loot. Dude, I don't even care. I don't have shit. Flak sandals. That's new. Sapphire Ring of the Flatworm. Great name. Oh, free loot. Wait.
I have no space for that.
Nothing happened here. Yes, I am playing Lightning. No one's ever good at Tarkov. That's not true. That is not true. No one's ever happy in Tarkov. That's different. Okay? Act 4 is so amazing. Dude, I've heard good things. He's asleep, doing okay, thanks. Yeah, it's good to see you, Lauren. He's allowed this time. That's funny. I like that. Upper, I will chill in Ricky's hideout. Boom.
They're like,
Is there a
"Oh
way
my
I can
God, well,
ban
you can't
Upper
say
from
that, bitch. Shut
my
the fuck up. I'm
hideout?
gonna fucking
Just
care."
kidding. Jazz! Dude, I had it right. Didn't I say 28 earlier? Now it's 29. You son of a bitch. See? That's the kind of flow I have. Jazz does me a favor and then resubs as payment for doing me a favor. What up? Just kidding. I really do appreciate it, Jazz. It means a lot. You have no idea. You're like literally one of the only people that stuck through all the shit, so I appreciate you. Fucking Sparkle. Wait, what? Where are your sparkles? What are you talking about, sparkles? What the fuck are these? Dude. Drip check. Wait, give me one sec. I got a better one. Give me one sec. This is what the only rare thing I got out of. Wait, how do I take shit off? There we go. This is the only rare thing I got out of the loot boxes. By far the like worst thing you could ever get. Who the fuck wants to be a goblin? The irony here is I'm pretty sure goblin is tits out. So they're okay with goblin tits, but not like human tits. Explain that. You got the goblin? I want it so bad. Oh my god, dude. I was so upset that this was the only rare thing I got. Cause like, the fits are actually kind of nice. And I was like, why would I want my sexy sork to be an ugly goblin? Yes, this is true. And yeah, obese mermaid tits. Is that who you're talking about? Or who's that giant, the lady that like drinks her own fucking green tit milk? You know who I'm talking about in Act 3? Oh yeah, dude. Forgot about that. Act 4 has a mermaid. The fight's crazy. I can't wait. I remember seeing that in the trailer. That was in the YouTube trailer, and I was actually kind of surprised they threw that in there. Boot. Best thing about dating a mermaid, they're always wet. Where do you stick it? That's the real question. Where do you stick it? I meant sparkles because of my tier. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, you did tier 3 too? What the fuck is that, Jazz? I feel like that should be a bigger deal. That should like... I don't know if there's a way to make... I swear to God, I did that once. Where I set up separate alerts for different tiers. And I don't think it ever worked. That's insane, Jazz. That's actually insane. Jesus Christ. Do you really want to know? Yeah. Show me a mermaid. Because, yeah, the mouth is the only option. Which is fine, but you're taking away at least 2 other options. Variety is good sometimes. Bring you to the jungle. There is indeed a mermaid, sorta. Hey Morgan, remember when you were playing the game from this? This is like how you were trying to actually play the game. And I was like, what the fuck is going on when I came into your stream? Nice clear, Jazz. Solid clear. Solid clear. Dude, just the amount of times people have told me I'm gay in my life, I don't even care. Now go ask your dad if I'm gay. See what he says. Because he'll have to make some admissions himself. Boom. I'm still in level 11 shit. What is that? Aren't you in maps? Oh, wait, you're the party leader. Do I have downscaling? You're party leader. It wouldn't affect it, right? Bro, I just got a headhunter from Moment of Zen. Dude, that's actually insane. I've never got anything good from that. Shit. It will be the death of me to ask my Arab father if he knows you're gay. There was a deeper joke there. But I did know where you're from, so I didn't want to like expound on it too much because it was a harmless joke, but you know what I mean. I don't want to offend anyone. I know you're hard to offend, but there are limits. You get what I mean? So I tried not to dive too deep into that. And I only attract gay people. Dude, I would have been the most popular gay dude if I was gay in LA. Even though I think it is kind of like a gay culture thing to like try to go for straight dudes on purpose to try to turn them or something. I don't know. But like every gay dude I worked with, and these are like handsome dudes too. You know what I mean? Like, I even had a straight dude that, yeah, definitely, I don't think he knew exactly what he was. I'd rather die before, Jesus Christ. I said something like that once about a guy's poem. Well, that's the thing is like, that's the loophole that I've learned from watching Peanut. People get really offended if you say things about their mom because, like, you know, moms hold a special place in everyone's heart, in most people's heart. I didn't want to, you know, Jazz. There are exceptions. But, oh, look at these feathers. That's actually kind of sick. I like the feathers, Jazz. But if you make a joke about banging a dude's dad, they kind of just go with it. You know what I mean? That's a loophole. Bro, I want feathers. Yeah, the feathers are sick. I like them.
Not yet.
Love you, Morgan. Thank you again for the raid. Everyone, if you're not, please go follow Morgan. She's one of my closest friends. Great person, great streamer, great everything. So just do it, right? Do it. I'd appreciate it. Have a wonderful night, Morgan. What level am I? I don't know, like 20 or 36. I am like, I'm on a whole different vibe this league. I'm, go with the flow, chill zone. Don't worry about drops, don't worry about currency, progression, just try to enjoy. You know what I mean? Because if I get too into it, first of all, I will get disappointed. 100% guaranteed. No doubt about it. And I will probably burn out really quickly. So. See that? It's all me. But me being female, it only works with moms. Like, being a female means you can do it both ways. And I mean that in every way that you can interpret that. Because nobody calls a girl gay for making out with a girl. But the one time I make out with someone's dad, and all of a sudden I'm gay forever. What's up with that? Samuel, sorry, you came in at a weird time, Samuel. Welcome in. Good to see ya. If I make a joke about dads, it's a high five moment. There you go. He's not gonna say no. If you don't want the crazy flashbangs, turn off graphics elimination. I haven't seen any flashbangs. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. Unless I'm just like completely missing something. Is something bothering someone else? Popped in real quick. How's your day / night / morning going? And what do you think of the new league? How do you feel so far? I have yet to find someone that says that they like dislike the new league altogether. I've heard people have criticisms, which, you know, teach their own. Everyone's, but like, I would say 95% of what I've heard is like super duper positive, which is kind of crazy when you compare it to last league. Switch to yellow lightning because blue is crazy eye-wise. Jazz, how many mushrooms did you take before you got online? And also, why did you not email me some from Canada? How's streaming going so far? Like tonight specifically, or like overall since I started? Tonight, great, solid, had a great time. Honestly, and tonight, like, I was sick this week, and so I didn't stream it all this week yet. And then I had to go work today for my brother and was working in the sun all day. And I didn't leave his place till like 9:30, so I got home at like 10:30. And I was like, dude, there's no way. Like, I'm so tired. But I was like, fuck it. I go. We go. And I always say this. Whenever I stream, when I am like, feel like it's not gonna, you know, like, I'm like, should I really do it? If I'm on the fence, and whenever I stream, it usually ends up being like the best streams. Where I have a bunch of people in, I get to talk to people, have a good ass time, meet new people, all that kind of shit. And that's literally what's happened tonight. We got 3 raids. Cliptis came in earlier with like a 50-person raid, which is pretty insane. I haven't seen a raid like that in, I don't know, 4 months. So that's pretty nuts. So none. Is Jazz holding out? Yeah, he is. Gonna incriminate. Jazz, incriminate, isn't it like legal in Canada? One of the few things Canada
How can I advise you?
does better. Very few things. Can't you just like buy mushroom chocolate at a weed shop? One sec, I'll hit you with a raid too. Jazz. We turn off the cameras for those ones. FAO in BC for sure, but it's not legal for y'all. Yeah, dude, what's crazy is mushrooms are like, I think they're on like the same drug class level as like heroin and like crack. Unless it's switched recently, but like, I remember when I was in high school, that was like a thing that we were like super terrified of. Is like mushrooms were like whatever schedule 1 or whatever the worst ones are. And I was like, that's fucking nuts. Exactly, because BC's the best weed too. Yeah, see, I'm not, well, like, let's be honest. I haven't done any drugs or alcohol for like 4 years, so I'm just speaking from previous experience and from potential future experience. What is this? Why'd you tag a scroll of wisdom as well? Is that the sweetener? Trying to sweeten the deal? Yes? What I like about you as a person is not as filtered as other streamers. You filter out only a fear of ban, not out of offending others. Most streamers I've seen are hella fake people. You can tell they don't agree with a lot of shit, but go with the flow so they get viewers and people pleased. I don't like being around such people. I don't care whatever opinion you have, even if it's against my belief, as long as you're respectful. Dude, yeah. And that's what I like about you too, Just. Like, you know, there are some times where we get close to the lines, but that's the way I honestly, if I could, if like there wasn't any risk of me getting banned or anything, I just let it fly. Like, cause the thing is the shitty people are gonna weed themselves out real quick. If anything goes, the genuinely shitty people are gonna weed themselves out quick. You know what I mean? But like, genuinely, if you're just speaking your opinion and being respectful, like you said, as long as, you know, even if I disagree with it, whatever, Like, fuck it. I don't care. You know what I mean? It doesn't affect me. That's the one thing I've never understood. And like, there's been a lot of shit with my siblings lately, like drama. And we're all like adults, like full grown adults. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, why the fuck do you care about what my brother's doing? How does that affect you? It doesn't. So get over it. But yeah, I've never got that with a lot of people. Dude, I enjoy having you in here, Just, always. I've done alcohol, haven't done anything else since nursing school. Yeah, but like, that's also different. You have like, cause you get drug tested and shit, right? So like, even if it is a personal choice, because I'm sure there's people that still do shit, and you know, it's pretty easy to pass drug tests, especially as a nurse, and you know all the ways to pass drug tests. But they also probably test your pee through like a laboratory, so it's not as easy to get past. But if you wanted to, you still could, you know, type vibes. Because like when I got in trouble in high school, I literally got put under probation for missing school. Because that's a thing in Utah. If you miss too much school, they send you to court and put you under probation. Which I think is hilarious because I could have just dropped out and I wouldn't have any legal repercussions. But because I wanted to stay in school, I just missed a lot of days. I got in trouble for it. So explain that, because they're kind of just like pushing you to drop out versus encouraging you to stay in. You get what I mean? But either way, when I was under probation, I was just like, okay, well, I'm not even gonna fuck around. But I had friends that were doing all sorts of shit to try to still get high and shit. Scroll of Ultimate Wisdom. I also have this. That one's pretty insane too. Dude, I need to go through my shit before I accept anything else, because I don't even know what I have yet. Cree Spirit. Very nice. Very, very nice. It's got a lot of potential. Get that reduced attribute, or I guess on Scepter's attribute requirement is actually kind of nice, because you don't, most of the time when you're using a Scepter, you don't want to really be speccing into strength. Potentially, I don't know. It's probably still not worth, like, you know, you probably still would want to try to fuck that up. Wait, I missed some things. Boot, you ruined it for me. I did, my bad. Not for weed or shrooms. Oh, okay. Yeah, shrooms. Like, isn't that one of those things that you have to, like, specifically test for? Because I feel like that's a hard one to... Like, I don't know if I've ever heard of someone failing a drug test for shrooms. And I have no idea how long it stays in your body or anything, but yeah. Put another wand in the guild chest for anyone, but I'm out for the night. Crimson, thank you again, brother. Much love. I appreciate it. Thank you for all your help and your items and just being awesome. I hope you have a wonderful night. It's like my little brother, always in someone else's business and always has something to say and acts like a 5-year-old when you don't agree with him. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, just as an example, one of my siblings heard from somebody, from one of my nieces, that my brother had said something. This is coming from like a 12-year-old girl who's known to be a liar, by the way. That isn't even a thing. That my brother said that like one of my siblings didn't own something, own a boat or something. And my sibling like texted my brother mad about it. like, actually, we do own that. We're not just storing it for someone else or something. And I was like, it honestly blew me away at how stupid it was. Because it literally just started like this huge like drama fight for nothing. Because she heard from a child that my brother said something. And instead of asking my brother about something that's irrelevant and meaningless, she just texted him accusing him of saying it. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Like when I heard about it, I was like, dude, this is a whole new level of like immaturity and stupidity that I can't wrap my head around. Why do you keep... Oh, you hit it again. I see what you're doing. There you go. 30 strength. That's insane. That's a shit ton of strength. I don't think that's what you want. I don't even know. Like these aura bots and rarity bots, I don't know what, like where the high value ones are. But if I saw that off the rip, I'm like, oh, that's goated, because then I don't have to worry about strength for anything else. You know what I mean? But you probably want more like allies in your presence bullshit, right? I could smoke weed if I wanted to, but I just don't feel like it. My brother-in-law. Yeah, I've never, like after my junior, senior year in high school, I've never been a huge weed guy. I have nothing against it. It was never for me. I feel like you have like alcohol people and you have weed people and then you have party people. Alcohol people usually stick to alcohol, maybe dabble in weed. Weed people usually stick to weed, maybe dabble in alcohol. Then you have party people that just like put anything in their butt that they can find. And not in a gay way necessarily, but like just in like, you know, you're shoving drugs up your butt to get high quicker. And so yeah, I was more of the alcohol route. I clicked an Exalt on it right as you said strength. That's hilarious. I did, yeah, that totally went over my head. Just, and boot. Yes, it is. It's still detectable after 3 days. Oh, so it gets out of your system pretty quick then, though. That's not too bad. Sup, yo? Hope you're doing good. PvP, good to see you, bro. Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Some weird shit, and I'm right there with you. Yeah. No, I was just like... But, like, sometimes it feels like... I have 3 sisters, and they all are the type that love to watch, like, those reality shows, like Housewives of fucking you name it, and, like, Love Island and all those shows, and I'm like... I swear to God, sometimes they're trying to, like, they think that their real life is like these reality shows, or they're, like... trying to make real life into them, because it's just like they create drama out of nothing, and like yeah, so it's if I didn't have to deal with the repercussions from my other siblings, or like from my mom and my brother and whatever, because I'm the one that usually goes in and tries to like negotiate things from the outside, just looking in, it's kind of hilarious, because it's just like, what are we doing? Like, look at anything else in the world. There's so many more things that you could be using your time, wasting your energy over.
Still alive.
But it's always a good time.
My tribe could use it.
Just chilling at work. Oh shit. Oh, I guess it's almost... I don't know where you're at, PvP. Are you in the States? Because I guess if you're East Coast, that's like a fairly normal work time. Because I was gonna say, kind of early for work. Some people work super early, so. I rarely drink, but when I do, I usually hate myself the next day. See, and that's the problem with drinking. Is hangovers cease to exist if you keep drinking. And then it becomes a cycle. And then eventually your body just gets used to it and you literally just don't get hangovers because you're just like, you know. And there are like precautions you can take. And some of them do work pretty well, you know, like Pedialyte before you go to bed, drinking a shit ton of water the night before. Some of that stuff does help, but like honestly, I got to the point where when I was like heavy drinking, where I was like, I felt fine. And like, it was always an excuse. I used it as an excuse to like work out harder. Like I worked out way harder when I was drinking because I'd be like, dude, I drank so much. I feel like shit. I got to go to the gym to like work it out, you know, work the alcohol out of my system. Or I would just wake up the next day and like, you know, what do they call it? Hair of the dog. Just like take a shot when you wake up and you feel fine. You never get hungover if you never stop. PST graveyard shift. I see. Okay. The fuck is a heroic tragedy timeless jewel? Dude, I don't even know how any of those jewels work. They all have... That shit is so complicated to me. I never figured that out. They have all these jewels and they have like different blessings and shit, and each blessing means something different and affects your like passive tree differently. And I never figured that out. Okay, I'm taking off my goblin skin. Jazz, if I could give you this skin, I would. Because I hate it. Oh, there's tiers? What is tier 2? What did that even do? What is this changing? Am I missing something? Oh, I'm so confused. Fuck, is it that time? Yes, it is uppercase. It's also a video by Belton POE on YouTube where he explains. I'd recommend that. If you like want to understand it, it's probably a good idea to watch someone who explains it, because from my perspective, it all is just like, I've never looked into it, but it's just like a bunch of nonsense. Because there's like so many different numbers of the blessings, and it's just another item that has like insane RNG where you can get like something worth like, you know, 100 divs because of the number, the blessing number or whatever, or the blessing person, the person, you know, like jewel of this person, blessing number, whatever, and all that shit. Or you can get one that's literally worth like nothing. So it's like another crazy one of those. No, ma'am. Okay. Jazz, goated. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Let's see. Well, Jazz got us our third ascendancy. But I will say this. I did complete my first ascendancy by myself. Now, that's the first time I've done that in a long time. Because usually I just don't do any of my ascendancies until I can get a full go in one. Because I hate the trials. Chaos Trial I actually don't mind. But Sekimas can suckama dick so hard and so vigorously that the skin peels off. Because I hate that shit so much. Okay, wait, how do I take this off? There we go. See, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you want to make this worse? Even though, you know, I like when they said they were gonna add character skins, I thought it was gonna be different. I didn't think it was gonna be like, now you can be a goblin, now you can be a fucking werewolf or something. I don't want that. I want to give me like options for chicks that I can pick. You get what I mean? How's it spelled? Maybe I can add you. WTF? Don't worry about it. Uppercase. Tomorrow I'll try to get an ascension token. Also, maybe you could help me with crafting a better weapon. I didn't mind Sekma trials, but I ran a few. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like, because like people always said Sekma's is like the best return on your time. And Chaos was actually pretty solid for a while too. Back when like those soul stones were super valuable, all the soul stones that they changed, you know, the ones where you could get like rarity and you could get what was the other one they changed? Either way, and it was when everyone was running the Warrior Invictus, when that was goated too, so the soul stones were more valuable because of the way it interacted with that, whatever. But Chaos, I probably ran a couple hundred Chaos because I didn't really mind Chaos, but like value wise, I never got my value back. I never got any of the good soul stones. I never got like even when I would play all the way through and kill the boss, I never got one of the rare drops from the boss. I think the best thing I ever got was the shield that used to be good for Spark Sork. I forget what the shield is called. And even that shield that I got dropped had like absolute shit rolls. So it was only worth like 30 exalted or something. And I was like, okay, I don't know where people say you're getting value from this. But it's because those people are selling every single thing that they find for like 2 or 3 exalts every run. And it's like, oh yeah, you can make like up to a div an hour. But I'm like, I'm not gonna list something for 2 exalts. So that's where sometimes those like best value for your time, you gotta be committed. You gotta be committed because it's not as it seems. That doesn't mean you're just gonna like get like div drops and shit like that, or at least back then. So you want to be a baby chicken? Sure. Out of all my time farming Chaos, the best thing I ever got was the rarity core. Yeah, I never got as Kappa. Is that's the rarity one, right? I never even got that, and that like supposedly was like a 1 in 10 drop, and I know I did over 100, possibly like 200, and I never saw it once. So I don't know. That was just the worst RNG I could ever get. Yeah, it gives extra gold. So now that, yeah, like, yeah. Which is funny that they like nerfed all these things and then now they've added in so many other things that do way crazier shit than those things. So it's like, you know, because I think originally they were trying to really just make a game that was not supposed to be enjoyable. Like literally Dark Souls of ARPGs with PoE 2. And over time, I think they've kind of figured out that that's not really what the player base wants. So things have changed, but it's like those items that they nerfed originally or those like skills are still the way they are when they had that goal in mind. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree 100%. Game feels great. Oh yeah, it's gonna get even crazier. Like, I think they wanted for a long time. That is insane jiggle for those. Know what I'm saying? But what was I saying? I think they were trying to avoid making it PoE 1, but a lot of the shit they've been doing lately seems like they're going in that direction more so than they are like trying to keep it completely separated. You know what I mean? Like, as it's like they're different things than PoE 1, but like the concept of like being able to like craft things into what you want them to be, that was something they were trying hard. They talked a lot about that early on, that they didn't want to get to the point where you can craft exactly what you want. And so that like all the like rare items on the ground are meaningless because everyone just wants like white or blue items so that they can craft exactly what they want onto them. And they're not meaningless yet. So I'm calling it now. 2 classes next league. I'm calling it now. 2 Jonathan crash outs next league. So far, he hasn't had one this league. So that's... He had a couple last league. Also, crafting is great now. Almost everything is usable if you know it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But they put a big emphasis on that early on, that they didn't... That's not the direction they wanted to go. Because they're like, we want every rarity type to be meaningful. We don't want people to be avoiding picking up uniques and rares because they can just craft whatever they want onto their gear. And now we're getting closer and closer to that. So it is interesting. I'm 100% fine with it. I think it's better this way, but it is interesting to see. So okay, I'm gonna hop off. It's 6 a.m. I'm exhausted. I've had a blast. We definitely did more talking than playing, but I've had a great time. So I apologize to anyone who just was here for gameplay, but I love talking to y'all, so sue me. I'm gonna see if I can find someone to raid. I need to sleep too. Sheesh, leave me alone. Okay, I love hanging out. Dude, yeah, I had a great time. Oh, also, let me go through these real quick. Shout out Cliptis. I'll put all their ats. Cliptis. Wait, will it let me at all of them? Oh, it will, I think, in one message. Morgan and Artie. All great streamers. They all rated us, showed some love. I recommend every single one of them. I follow all of them. And all totally different vibes, too. But you won't regret it. So if you're not following any of them yet, please drop them a follow. Dark, love your face, brother. I love that you're playing the game again, too. Because remember all the things? And then all of a sudden, I opened Steam up one day, and it was like, Dark Lotus, level 50 something. Very peculiar. I love it. Okay, who are we gonna raid? Let's see if any of our homies are streaming. Beef is streaming, but that doesn't look like Fortnite. I think he was playing Path of Exile earlier, but he's been on that hardcore Fortnite grind. This is definitely not Fortnite. This is a super duper game, right? Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. unfortunately. Making dough. Wait, it's playing Borderlands 3? What is this? Your new Borderlands creator. Interesting. I think we're gonna raid Cizella. I haven't been able to raid her in forever, and she's super chill. Good vibes. Knowledgeable. Kind of goes at her own pace, which I appreciate. But she's always super cool, so we're gonna go in there. Been through a bunch of other stuff tonight, like bad stuff? Like, you mean like personal stuff? Or like what? That can't be me, lol. I got a crash, I can't say. Uppercase, much love, brother. Get some sleep. Always a pleasure. Oh, you mean just like playing a bunch of games. Okay, okay. That's cool too. But I will say, there's very specific times where I'm gonna raid into Dead by Daylight. Because me personally, unless it's like one of my close friends playing, and I know them and know their sense of humors, like when Jazz and Morgan were playing, that's enjoyable because I know them. But gameplay-wise, that is not high on my list of things I'd want to watch. So that's just my opinion. Okay, let's go raid her. Once again, much love, y'all. Thank you, everybody who came through. Thank you for the raids. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day / night / morning. It's really nice getting back into PoE 2, seeing a bunch of old faces. It really is. I'm happy to see people and get back into it. So, like I said, plan is keep doing this, and we'll see how it goes. You know what I mean? I'm not old. Well, Jazz, you're... I don't even know how to describe you. Omnipresent is the only way. But much love, y'all. See you soon. Wait, it's your birthday? Jazz, it's your birthday right now? How do you drop that right now? We have 30 seconds. Happy birthday to Jazz. Happy birthday to Jazz. He's a goat. Happy birthday, Jazz. The old 42. Doesn't look a day over 41. Am I right, guys? That's insane. Happy birthday, Jazz. I think we're gonna have to figure some things out. But I appreciate you. Much love, y'all. Peace.
Okay, slight shield upgrade.